Hi, good morning, everyone, and once again, a very warm welcome. I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Christ University for hosting us today and take this opportunity to invite Dr. Jyoti Kumar, Dean Christ University, on the stage to address the audience. I would also request Mr. Vijay Malia, Corporate Vice President, HCL Technologies, to please join us on the stage, and Ms. Nidhi Pundhir, Director, HCL Foundation. Can we have a round of applause? Requesting the dignitaries to please be seated. Dr. Jyoti, I would request you to please join me at the podium to do the address.
A very good morning, one and all present here. At the outset, I would like to place on records our sincere appreciation to Mr. Vijay Malia, Corporate Vice President, HCL Technologies, Ms. Nidhi Pundhir, Director, HCL Foundation, for making this event happen here at Christ University. I would also like to invite and welcome all our guests and participants today from across the HCL team, the CSR box team, and namaskara, everyone. It is a great moment of pride for us at Christ University today to host and celebrate this event, which is a unique of its kind for us, because for us at the university, the gathering and the events are always student related. And today it's a little different, and we take pride in hosting this because I always believe that we should live in the same world and not in a parallel world. Industry and our education system should live together to understand from each other on what we have to offer. I want to bring regards to all of you from the management. Father Vice Chancellor has had to attend an emergency meeting this morning, so I'm filling for the Vice Chancellor. I bring regards from the entire management, from the director of this campus, Father Vijay, and my entire staff and students, and we are very happy to host you here. It takes a calling. I always want to believe that to serve the society is not everybody's cup of tea. It takes a calling. It takes a magnanimous effort from each one of us. It could be institutions, it could be individuals, that it takes quite a lot of effort to feel the need to serve the society. At Christ University, we believe in our vision, excellence, and service, which means to say one half of what we want to do is to sensitize students to the fact that we also need to be helpful, reachable, and of use to the community. So our students also get sensitized to this aspect of how we can be helpful to the society through our exclusive Center for Social Action, which is a wing which was established as old as 1999. So ever since, our students voluntarily engage in a lot of community development activities. It could be multi-fold agenda to sensitize them on how there are a larger society which is not so privileged and what we can do to help them. We may not be able to bring about an overnight change in the way we want to look at, but at least sensitize our students to these ideas. It could be on health, it could be on education, and I'm only glad that our philosophies have matched, and that's why we've come together. We were very happy to host and have this event. This program came through the Center for Research for us at Christ University, and we have our representative from there, the coordinator, Dr. Shrija Kalaram, and also we have our Ananta Padmanabhan, who constantly looked at making this happen for the reason that it is important we also get sensitized to the way the NGOs work, to know what more we can do as an academic partner, as a knowledge partner, what our institution can do to support the activity. So that's how we've put these things together. Like I said, it's beyond words to appreciate and thank the HCL team for deciding to have Christ University as your venue for this event. We wish all the best to the event, to the learning we will have throughout this day. And also I want to present or maybe say if there is anything Christ University can do more to bring things together. If there is anything as an institution we could be of help to the society, we are more than willing to do it, because we think it is our responsibility too. When we are graduating our students, when we are keeping them ready for the industry and for the world outside, we want to believe that we are preparing them for life. We want to give them that life skill and not just say the end of academics or the graduation is to just find a job. That's not what the entire purpose is. We want to sensitize them. We want to say how they can practice good citizenry, how they can be of use. Some of them would have a philanthropic calling, some of them may not, but at least that sensitization is in our mind. So thank you all so much for making this initiative, taking this initiative and being a part of this journey for Christites. For us also, it will be a good learning. I'm here representing the entire university. Hope you have a pleasant stay with us. If there is anything in between you would require, our volunteers are available to support you all the time. Thank you so much. I want to thank Lakshana and team, Anuj and team. I'm sorry, I'm just naming few whom we have interacted with. And you all have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jyoti. And at this point, I would like to share that the team from Bangalore chapter and from Noida are here since yesterday, and we have been super excited. The kind of immense support we have been getting from all the volunteers, from the management of Christ University. I think they deserve the huge round of applause. In fact, my fellow colleague from Bangalore chapter told me that Christ University has been so kind enough that this entire auditorium and this entire space had been given for such event for the very first time. So we are very privileged to be here, ma'am, today. Thank you so much, and we extend our thanks to Father Abraham as well. Please convey our best regards to him. And to do the honors, I would now request Ms. Nidhi Pundhir to please facilitate Dr. Jyoti for hosting us today at here, Christ University. Can we have the memento, please? Can we have a round for the Christ University management and Dr. Jyoti for hosting us? Thank you once again, ma'am. Please, all yours.
I think the greatest attitude is the attitude of gratitude. On behalf of Christ University, may I request Ms. Kritika to hand over our respect, love and affection to Ms. Nidhi and Mr. Vijay Malia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that gesture. I would like to share and inform you all that the HCL Grant Pan India Symposiums are an effort by the HCL Foundation, CSR Box, and Academia to bring together NGOs, experts, government, corporates, and policymakers on one platform across India so that they can interact, develop regional as well as sectoral understanding of CSR, corporate social responsibility, and deliberate on how it can contribute to nation building. I'm happy to share with you all that since 2017, the HCL Grant has hosted 34 physical symposiums covering the length and breadth of the country and 22 e-symposiums during the pandemic, witnessing the participation of over 23,000 NGOs and over 10,000 people. And this is our 8th consecutive edition of HCL Grant, where the total commitment fund is 16.5 CR with a commitment of INR 5 crores being awarded in the thematic categories of environment, health, and education, and 25 lakh to the 2 finalists in each of the categories. I would now like to request Mr. Vijay Malia, Corporate Vice President, HCL Technologies, to kindly address the audience. Meanwhile, Mr. Malia joins me here. I would like to share that he heads the financial services for HCL Technologies and nearly 20% of HCL's revenue through HCL Financial Services. He has been very supportive for any HCL Foundation activities. Mainly, he never said no for any foundation initiative we have carried out across various cities. And through his own efforts and initiatives, today, we have many HCL Tech employees who have joined us as volunteers in PO1 program, which is the Power of One program. It is again one of the flagship initiatives under the umbrella of HCL Foundation. I would request Mr. Malia to please address the audience. Can we have a round for Mr. Malia?
Thank you, dear, for the nice introductions. I will try and keep it up as much as I can in the future as well. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So, how do you like the place? Fantastic, right? So, Dr. Jyoti, that's where it is. That all said, not by me, by them, right? So, welcome to the symposium. I'm pleased that something like this is happening in person after nearly 2 years, right? I'm sure all of us are relieved that we are back into these kind of places where we want to be and not in front of digital screens and stay in a virtual mode forever. So I'm given to understand, I went through the agenda and Joshua also gave me a debrief that the symposium has got exciting agenda lined up. So please make best use of this today. It gives quite a bit of knowledge in terms of how HCL grant is run, how to bid for it, what are the parameters on which assessment is done, and thereon be a part of the process and increase the fantastic job all of you NGOs have been doing for the people of our country. I am personally grateful that I'm invited here today. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been associated with the HCL Foundation activities also because of my personal passion. So to me, it is a well-spent day because when you are in business, you can tend to lose your moorings. Sometimes success can spoil. These kind of participation and these kind of interactions and these kind of conversations always help us to balance ourselves. So this is a fantastic place to be in. So all of us believe that however much we do for the social good, it is not enough. And you all being here is a fantastic measure for us to say that the commitment to make it work is only increasing. And after 2 years of pandemic, the gap between haves and have-nots, I'm sure all of us know, is only increasing. So your commitment to make this work in a bigger way, with the strongly supported by HCL as a backbone of these kind of initiatives across the country is highly appreciated. And especially this is a Bangalore chapter. I think Noida team is also there, but being from Bangalore and Karnataka, I would say thank you in addition for that, for taking care of people of Karnataka. Yeah. I would like to thank Dr. Jyoti and Father Abraham and Christ University for sponsoring us today as a knowledge partner. When two great brands, Christ is a great brand in Bangalore, and I heard from her today that they are opening a fourth campus, right? Near the Pinia side with the most likely 10,000 capacity students, which is a big thing to do, right? So when two great brands like Christ and HCL come together, I'm sure you will see only more wonders, right? So thank you for that. And about HCL, I'm sure all of you know, we started in a humble beginning in 1970s. It's a garage company. Shiv Nadar, our mentor, Chairman Emeritus, and the Chief Strategy Officer, has been a guiding force for all of us to build this fantastic institution called HCL. I personally have been in HCL with 22 years. I have a great part of my working life, and I loved it. We all in HCL believe very strongly that it's for the employees. The organization stands for its employees, and from there on, it builds on top of a lot of things we do for our clients, a lot of things we do for our stakeholders, and a lot of things we can do and we have been doing and will continue to do towards the social cause through the HCL grant and many other initiatives. A lot of employees contribute personally from their salaries towards this. So HCL is now the third largest IT software company in India, and globally in 50 plus countries, 200,000 plus employees, and 175 nationalities. So you can imagine the scale with which we have built, 10 billion plus revenue, a company dedicated to its client satisfaction and many other things. We are in a big way, like Christ, we are also in a big way in terms of building technology skills, making people's life happen, and from there on, go ahead and create impact, be it on a client space or be it on a social side. So on social side, we are quite a bit supportive of many things that we have done, especially in supporting the SDG goals and many of those things. I'm sure Nidhi will talk about it in much more detail than me. Personally, we are quite a bit invested as a company. We are invested quite a bit in terms of development center. We have about 270 plus development center globally. We have about 250 plus innovation and engineering labs globally. That shows the amount of technology commitment HCL as a group has made over the years. And of course, the HCL grant by itself is a board-led initiative. It is clearly led by the commitment that we bring to the table in terms of what we can do and how we are doing it. And it is increasing year by year. And of course, as a very clear acknowledgement of what HCL has been doing, just last week, and Nidhi was there to collect the award, we won the Corporate Citizenship Award from Economic Times. Nothing more to say beyond that, right? So I wish you all a good time today, and thank you for inviting me. Joshua, Nidhi, thank you for what you do at HCL for HCL. Thanks a lot, a big one. Yeah, thank you guys. You want to show the CVKs? Yeah. So just to say that we at HCL at the leadership level are very clearly committed, and there is a message from our CEO.
Dear friends, we are meeting today at a time when the world stands at the crossroads of crisis and humanity. As we strive to enable harmony between people, planet, and prosperity, corporate social responsibility has taken a whole new significance in this context. 10 years ago, when HCL Foundation was established, we set out with a vision to create templates or source codes for sustainable socio-economic and environmental development. The cornerstone on which it was built was the Power of One, an employee-led program based on the belief that even a small contribution can make significant difference in their society. 7 years ago, we made a paradigm shift, expanding our ambit from the power of one to the power of many with the HCL grant, the flagship program built on invaluable partnerships with the Fifth Estate. The HCL grant has helped us to go beyond the limits of our capacities to extend our CSR work to the remotest corners of the country. Focused on our core priorities of environment, health, and education, it has expanded our footprint from sustainable waste management in Karnataka to reviving primary health centers in Nagaland, from improving maternal, newborn, and child health in the tribal areas of Madhya Pradesh, to increasing water storage capacity in Rajasthan, to enabling digital literacy, financial literacy, and wholesome education for children across India. And as we push forward, we keep a close watch on quality and governance. HCL Grant Program is the prime example of HCL Foundation's advocacy for accountability and transparency in the development sector through institutionalized processes and governance structures. Our governance standards are indeed amongst the best in the world. This is core to HCL Technologies CSR policy, which binds us to the highest standards of environmental sustainability and holistic integrated development. In the last decade, we focused on creating templates and source codes. In the next decade, we plan to implement and scale these source codes globally. As I extend a hearty congratulations to the winners of the grant this year, I do believe this is just the beginning. We have miles to travel together, and I have no doubt that with a collective passion and diligence, we will carry forward this mission to help create a better world. Thank you and all the best.
Can we have a round of applause for our CEO and MD, Mr. C. Vijay Kumar? And thank you, Mr. Malia, for those kind words and acknowledging team's effort here. I take this opportunity, before I, in fact, invite the Director HCL Foundation for her address and to set the context for the day, I would like to introduce her to all the participants. Ms. Nidhi Pundhir is the Global Head of CSR for HCL. She heads the HCL Foundation, which is the CSR arm of HCL Technologies. With more than 23 years of experience in actualizing human rights at national and global level, Nidhi shapes and executes programmatic frameworks that are aligned to sustainable development goals for the most disadvantaged and isolated communities, including environmental targets. In this role, she had led HCL's flagship global CSR policy, which pioneers around 10 commandments of CSR. She's built the HCL Foundation's vision, mission, and strategy to next level, ensuring high-quality program delivery that brings about a meaningful difference on ground. Nidhi, I'll also take this liberty to share with the audience that she's a big fan of culture and classical arts. Please pardon me for that. And she holds an equivalent bachelor's degree in Indian classical dance, Kathak, from Gandharv Mahavidyalaya. And with this note, I would request Ms. Pundhir, Director HCL Foundation, to please address the audience and set the context for the day.
Thank you, Anuj. And, it's always good to kind of see the hobby side of you on such forums that just connects us together. First of all, many thanks to Christ University, Dr. Jyoti, Father Abraham, the entire management, all the faculty members there for having us here. It's such a warm feeling in lovely weather of Bangalore. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vijay, for always being with us and the entire leadership at HCL Technologies. You just heard the CEO, C. Vijay Kumar, talk about so passionately and so affectionately about the CSR work that HCL does. Symposiums are, I would say, nostalgic for us. I mean, we kind of, this team right here, Robin and Anuj, and show up, come out, everybody come out. Come out. We've been traveling the country, just an NGO box and Nikhil, and just come here. We should all be here together. We've been, just come. Let's kind of, show who are the people behind them. I mean, I just represent all of them, but this is the team. You see Robin, Josh, Rahul, Shelly, Anuj, Shilpi, Sakshi is coming, Nikhil, Bhaumik, Dr. Chetna. Please. Nandagopal, where are you? I mean, I saw all of you somewhere closer, registrations and all. This is them, working day in and day out. And believe you me, length and breadth of this country, the more beautiful it is, difficult also it is. Each state, thank you so much, team, and a big round of applause for all of them. Thank you. And then, of course, there are 500 more people out there in HCL Foundation, and then 200 partners, through which we have 2,000 people working on the field, 225,000 HCLites. That's what makes this movement possible. Leaders in their own ways, leaders in their own field of work that they specialize in, highly qualified professionals. It's a huge movement going on, I must tell you. And when we partner and when we are with, the like minds here, such as Christ University, it just adds up to that energy, to that rigor, to the passion. And the best thing is that when we see students coming out to work such as this, to an environment such as this, there is this ray of hope that while we are contributing to nation building in very big way, we are also preparing our young minds for being the true global citizen, which is the need of the day. We all witnessed during the pandemic that it was this feeling of solidarity, it was the feeling of partnerships, it was this feeling of being connected, not only just, professionally, not only because we were doing a job, but as humans, as people who really wanted to help each other. Look at where we've come. 2.5 years ago, there was no vaccine. There were no solutions. All we knew was, okay, let's lock ourselves up. We did the right thing. Government stepped in. Government stepped in off the larger nations of all countries. Corporate stepped in, people, communities, everybody was towards one vision, one mission, and the world moved together, and today here we are. 2 years is not a very long time. Vaccines take some years and years, epidemics take some years and years, so we've really moved fast, and that actually gives us more hope and more, I would say, responsibility that we can work together if we want to. If we want to, we can always break all kinds of silos. There were so many Zoom meetings, team meetings where we had people from chief ministerial level to chief secretary level to, prime ministerial level, and a state needed oxygen, it was there. A state needed ventilators, they were there. And as HCL, we also participated massively in the COVID-19 response. So we've been talking internally that it was not business as usual, it was business more than usual, way beyond usual, both on the prosperity and the profit side of it, but also at the people and planet side of it. And it was, everything was working in tandem. We as team became stronger, more connected. I don't know how many hospital beds Robin must have organized, or how many patients he must have moved, and how many, each one of us, we kind of became call centers, because the expectations that HCL Foundation had, the affection, the love from partners, from employees, and that hope that HCL Foundation will be able to provide that answer. No matter what, they'll be able to help us. No matter what, they'll get us oxygen from somewhere. They'll get us, a bed from somewhere. So we can all say, as Dr. Jyoti also said, we can only have gratitude. We were able to do that only because of strong partnerships. Let me be very honest there. Only because of the connect, only because of the vast network today HCL Foundation has. I remember in 2016, when we started this whole scouting, how are we going to get those award-winning organizations? How are we going to get these, mine out these diamonds who are true to governance standards, who and who also know good program development, we were a little clueless. And we were like, okay, team, let's pack our bags and let's travel this country. First, we went to Northeast. We just set up something like this. We invited people, we talked to them, we looked at because development sector international funding has been coming in this country for many years. But how do you really institutionalize CSR funds, and how do you really ensure that there is higher level of accountability attached was the big elephant in the room, and where NGOs voluntarily come forward and participate. Because there will be a due diligence, there will be the overall cycle of almost 250 days where we will all collaborate in various ways. And it had to come forward in the form of a voluntary movement, true to the spirit of the sector. So all this started, and believe you me, it has been such a learning journey. We are still learning. It's a mutual space that has been created. There's a community of practice. And HCL grant is one thing, but the symposiums themselves have become a kind of property that really invite all of us to a different space. We travel state to state, we go from university to university, and the kind of rigor and the question answers that will soon happen will be able to tell all of us that how hungry for more knowledge we all are. So we have best of experts in the room sitting with us, and we'll be lining up lovely sessions today as we go. I have a mandate to quickly tell you about the foundation and the policy from the team. Anuj just talked about the 10 commandments of CSR, and this is where the HCL Technologies' latest policy, and we are again few of the first corporates to put out a highly ambitious global corporate social responsibility policy, which also has a clear chapter on compliance. So far, India is concerned, but we have not limited ourselves to just compliance. We are very much talking to the sustainable development goals there, and we have, as our CEO just pointed out, a much higher agenda to now scale up the source codes that we have developed and we've mastered in the first decade of our existence. I would invite you to also read online our annual report before you start writing your proposals for this year of HCL grant, which clearly spells out the 10 years of stewardship in terms of how do you really provide proof of evidence of the work and accountability for each rupee that goes into this space. That's what the policy is about. SDGs, we are all aware, and our work is pretty much marked or mapped across the SDGs. But there are few which are heavy on our agenda and which are few which are still light. But I'm very happy to say that climate action has found a lot of space on our agenda, and we have high gratitude for our board to have approved. Perhaps we are few of those which are putting higher share of our CSR funding. This year we calculated 13% of our overall CSR fund went to environment conservation, and which is a great move, and we are only increasing it this financial year. That's the footprint, and I can give a lot of credit to HCL grant for taking the footprint to few of the remotest regions of this country. And when we travel there and when we walk for kilometers, roads are still not there, we realize how much more we really need to do if we really want to make HCL grant true to its mission of nation building. Going ahead, there is a quick video that kind of takes us through. I'll leave you with this video, followed by a message from our chairperson of HCL Technologies, much higher in the order, who's actually managing the overall group. And she's also the chairperson of the CSR committee, Mrs. Roshni Nadar Malhotra. But before that, we'll show you a quick journey of how HCL Foundation has done. This is also audience to be very transparent about ourselves, because when you put in your applications, this is the group you are applying to. 2 or 3 values which I'll quickly, just emphasize, because we've been together in this journey for 7-8 years. It's the 8th edition, and many of you apply and you reapply. And today you will have opportunity to interact with the panel as well as we will be answering to your questions. Who are the people who actually make it to that level, and who are the people where we still need to work more? But I don't know if you've seen left-hand side of the room where we have these beautiful compendiums lined up. Each year we publish 30 best cases, 10 in each category, which become a part of that compendium. This year's book should also be out soon. But then this is globally circulated. And we've seen that over last 8 years, whoever is in that book has definitely, the resource pool has really gone up, not only in terms of funding, but also their visibility in the policy parlance, in the networks where they really want to make a difference. So that's another, I would say, product, rather the main product of this entire process each year, year by year. And you can see the repository which is beginning. I can maybe quote Niti Ayog's CEO, Mr. Amitabh Kant, from one of the HCL grant events when he said that this is one of the most thoughtful as well as meticulous methodologies that backs any CSR grant process, and this compendium is very much a testimony for that. So really work hard when you present your applications. Do good secondary as well as primary research. Bring about your best, and we are here to completely facilitate the process for you. Let me not come in the way of the message and the 10 years journey video, so I'll leave you with amazing team here and great panelists who have agreed to join us today. Thank you so much.
The development of any nation depends on the growth of the whole community. When different communities grow together, the nation transforms. And HCL believes in a symbiotic growth of all. Formed in 2011 as a CSR arm of HCL, HCL Foundation envisions to create a source code for sustainable socio-economic development. Development which is inclusive and engages communities at each stage. HCL Foundation aims to create communities which are clean, green and healthy, and where everyone is empowered and equipped to reach their full potential. As of today, it engages people across 7 states in India and across USA, UK and Europe globally. Its initiatives span across 5 work areas of education, health, livelihood, environment and humanitarian action. And it reaches out to both urban and rural population through its 4 flagship projects. HCL Samuday, a rural development initiative working in 765 villages in Uttar Pradesh, touches the lives of 600,000 people and aims to create a sustainable, scalable and replicable model of rural development. HCL Grant, among the very few institutionalized CSR grants in India, envisions to empower the fifth estate or the non-governmental organizations. The grant is an annual commitment of $3 million to NGOs, showcasing mold-breaking work in education, healthcare and environment. HCL Uday, an urban community development initiative which works towards holistic development of more than 200,000 urban poor through the initiatives of My Community, My School and My Worth. Power of One inculcates CSR deep within the very culture of HCL. Employees voluntarily pledge to contribute either 1 rupee or 1 hour per week to community development. The fund collected helps support My Scholar initiative by providing long-term scholarships to meritorious people from humble economic backgrounds. HCL community champions also contribute their valuable time to bring about transformative change in the society. Today, HCL Foundation, through its various initiatives, is breaking the cycle of poverty and creating a lasting positive impact in the lives of millions of people. But this journey of transformation has just started. There are many more miles to walk and many more smiles to add to this strength. HCL Foundation, spreading smiles, transforming lives.
Robin, can we also have the 10 years journey? Sure, okay. So we also have a message, as Ms. Pundhir mentioned, from the chairperson HCL Technologies. Can we have the message, please?
I'm proud HCL Foundation turns a decade old, and we do this 2 years before the 10th year anniversary of the formalization of the CSR law in our country. We start our journey with the ambitious vision of creating pilot solutions. We call them source codes. These solutions, if applied at a large scale, have the potential to create a huge socio-economic and environmental impact. Our approach is anchored in being exclusive. We work with NGOs, government, and independent agencies to drive efforts that are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals to help towards nation building. I am thrilled to say that the journey has been truly exciting and fulfilling. Over the last decade, our programs or solutions have been refined to deliver transformational and sustainable impact for communities where they are implemented. Today, HCL Foundation drives 5 flagship programs, including Samuday for Integral Rural Development, Uday to address urban poverty, Clean Noida to transform Noida into one of the cleanest cities in India, Harit for environmental action, and HCL Grant to empower nonprofits for community-led rural upliftment. Over the last decade, these programs have helped transform close to 3 million lives. HCL Foundation has created meaningful partnerships with over 200 NGOs to deliver impact in 122 districts across 21 states and 3 union territories. Today, we are celebrating the winners of the 7th edition of HCL Grant, a program that empowers some of India's most innovative nonprofits to transform rural ecosystems. HCL Grant has actively supported 32 NGOs to not only enhance their work, but also strengthen their organization and institute governance structures to make them future ready and attract financial aid from a larger group of partners. These NGOs have collectively improved 840,000 lives spread across the length and breadth of the country. This is truly deep impact. However, we have also created a pool of over 35,000 NGOs who have applied to the grant through the years. The rigorous grant process allows us to identify some of the best NGOs who are featured in an annual compendium that serves as a guide for organizations looking to find the right NGO partners for their CSR or philanthropic efforts. The first decade of HCL Foundation required us to make major investments in creating pilots or source codes like HCL Grant. The next decade will see us scale these and transform many more lives across many new geographies. We also aim to create strategic programs for climate action to contribute to our country's goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2070 and help enhance the Government of India's National Action Plan for Climate Change. I am confident that our collective actions will help ensure a brighter future for all in our country. Thank you.
So that's the impact what the foundation has created for the last 10 years. And I think the entire fraternity deserves a huge round of applause, because without our partners, without the support from our chairperson, and of course, Nidhi's guidance and leadership, we wouldn't have achieved this scale. So thank you for that. Moving on, and to begin with our first session of Masterclass, I request the dignitaries to please join the audience so that we can begin with the Masterclass. So all of you must have seen the agenda. So there are two masterclasses which are lined up for the day. The first one is the CSR law, about the CSR laws and the new amendments. And I would like to take this opportunity to call upon stage Mr. Nikhil Pant, Chief Executive Officer at REACHA, former Program Executive, National Foundation for CSR, IICA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Before I hand it over to Nikhil, I would briefly introduce him to each one of you. He has been with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and had played a vital role from the government side in the formulation and nationwide rollout of corporate social responsibility as per Section 135, Companies Act 2013. He has also specialized in CSR grant management, monitoring and evaluation framework, impact assessment, project management, and compliance to impact with sustainability. He has mostly been in the advisory roles to government, corporates, NGOs, and academia on CSR and sustainable development. So on that note, I would request Mr. Pant to please take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anuj, and what a wonderful pleasure to meet everybody in person. Thank you to HCL Foundation, Nidhi, Vijay, Malia, Christ University here. Because we are pretty short on time, the next 40-45 minutes, Bhaumik and I have decided that we'll try and give you a kind of a surgical strike kind of a thing. You know, where it is two pillars, which is one is amendments and compliances, and the other is impact. So the A part, I will take on some core aspects of CSR compliances and amendments that have evolved over the last so many years. And I was fortunate enough to be part of the ministry when the law was made. I was part of the core team there. And since then, a lot has happened. A lot of changes have happened. High-level committees have come in. And the amendment of 2021 was a watershed which came in pretty much in between the COVID, after the COVID first wave. And subsequently, some more changes have happened. So what we'll do is, in the next, I'll just keep my timer also over here. It's 10:59, Robin. So he's given us 35 to 40 minutes. So we'll try and, I'll try and play my part for about 15 minutes and then take a few questions, then Bhaumik can come in, and then together we could take some questions. So what we'll do is, how does this work? Okay. Hello. So while the mic is getting set, so what I've tried to do here is to present. Yeah, I think I can switch this off. So what I've tried to present here is to call it CSR 2.0. Now, when I say CSR 2.0, I'm assuming that all of you who are here are aware about the CSR law and Section 135. Can the audience just raise their hands and let me know that you know that there is a CSR law in this country? Because when we travel around in symposiums, often we find that the NGOs seem to be pretty ignorant about a lot of things. So I'm assuming that everybody knows that there is a legislation that if you qualify as a company, like an HCL Tech, then there is a CSR requirement to spend some money, and there is a formula. We will not talk about that today, but we will still share the material with you. Whatever we say today and we try to explain, we will also share the material of the masterclass. Now, CSR 2.0 comes into action from January 2021. And there are 5 mega trends. So when you do an election analysis, for example, if you see, like a psephologist is able to see what the trend is, where the flow is going, and how should you be part of it if you want to play the game properly and maybe win it. So here I will try and present in the next 2-3 slides, because I will speak for about 10-15 minutes, some mega trends that are there in CSR. Everything else that is happening now is a subset of this. If you understand these 5 things, by the time you leave this auditorium today in the evening, you are pretty much better placed for compliance, which means funding. You may be able to get in more funding, whether it is HCL grant or any other HCL program or any other funder, irrespective, because that is what these symposiums are all about. It is about capacity building the NGOs also. So HCL Foundation, kudos to HCL Foundation that we try and travel around the country to further capacity build the civil society sector. So what are those 5 mega trends? First is CSR spending is now mandatory. If as per the formula, HCL Tech has 100 rupees to spend, or any other company which is qualifying, then it must spend 100. Now, that 100 rupees should be spent. Whether that company spends it itself through its NGO partners or gives it to government. You can give it to PM Cares, you can give it to the Schedule 7, there is a list of government funds, but spending is mandatory. Prior to 22nd January 2021, mandatory, it was not mandatory. You could just say, I could not spend, I could spend only 90 rupees, 10 rupees I will report as reasons for not spending. Major change, I would say, if you ask me out of these 5, which is one biggest change, it is this. If you understand this as an NGO, you will understand your pitch for developing your strategy on CSR. Number 2, spending timeframes are now finite time periods. So you cannot say, I will spend and then you can take ages to do it. No. Either you spend it within the financial year, or they will give you 3 more years in the case of an ongoing project. So the period of spending is finite. You can decide that. You say meaning the corporate in partnership with the NGO. And by the time we end today's session, in the next, maybe even this one for the next 35, 40 minutes, you will all understand, my NGO friends here, I come from an NGO myself, that we are now no longer just implementing partners. We are partners in compliance also. If I cannot spend in time with good results, I will not get my next tranche. And if my next tranche doesn't get completed, my donor may get a red flag notice from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Because now spending is mandatory, which is number 1. Number 3 is, which I've already said, NGOs are partners in implementation and compliance. We always keep saying these are our NGO partners in implementation. Now even corporates have to say, and NGOs have to believe that we are partners in compliance also. Government or the Ministry of Corporate Affairs is closely monitoring CSR spending and compliance through a detailed reporting format. There is a very detailed reporting format which came in January 2021. How many of you have seen that? Please raise your hand. I just want to do a bit of a survey analysis also over here, because this is our first symposium after COVID. We will do a need assessment also, Bombay, and as we go along, we'll kind of keep seeing how we can come back to you. How many of you have seen that reporting format? Please raise your hands properly without any, fear or whatever. So I see maybe 10%. Okay. So, while I can't go into that format today, we will be sharing all the resources with all of you, and Bomik's team will be, with Robin, will be developing either through the portal of HCL Grant or through mailers. So please keep noting some of these key points. So there is, Robin, this is gone. So there is a reporting format. Okay, just go back, previous one. Which has come in. And after this reporting format of January 2021, there is a new reporting format which has come out in February 2022. Let me see how many of you have seen that. That is for corporates. Please raise your hands. February 2022 wala kisne dekha hai? Form CSR 2. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nidhi, I can see. Nidhi, you are not participating in this. You've seen everything. So, 6 or 7 of you have seen that. Eh? Now tell me very frankly, how many of you need funds? Please raise your hands. Both hands, you may be required to raise both hands also. Everybody needs funds, but you're not reading anything. So what are we doing as NGOs? Huh? Are we sleeping? So this is a wake-up call for all of you, symposium number 1. We have to understand these mega trends, and that is where government is actively using CSR for nation building, and nothing better than the example, as Nidhi also said, in COVID, corporates have been the backbone of combat to COVID. And in the amendments, they've given leeway on R&D. You can do COVID research as part of your business and spend through CSR. That is one of the exceptions. You have to understand how government is also now leveraging CSR and how CSR has contributed for all of us to get the vaccination. Third dose, mine is due next week. I'm sure all of you have been vaccinated twice at least, maybe some of you 3 times also. So please understand these 5 mega trends in CSR. And if you understand these 5 mega trends, and my time 7 minutes is gone, another 7-8 minutes are there before I'll call Bomik, have to be understood. Any one question out of these 5 mega trends anyone has? Any question? Are you understanding what I'm saying? Everything that you will do in CSR is a subset of these 5. Each point may have points which are hundreds. But if you understand these 5, you have CSR in your hand. So when you go back, if you're an NGO leader or you are as a leader of a corporate or an NGO is unaware, then you may be out of the game. And soon you may be in a situation where, Shelly, can you just go 2-3 slides down? 1, 2, next one. Last slide, last bullet, can you see? Have you read a book called Who Moved My Cheese? There is a very famous book called Who Moved My Cheese. Your funding will all go away from you. Because if you're not a partner in compliance, no corporate would like to partner you. So the session today would try to help you understand that. Let's go back. My second slide is after this one, Shelly. I'm going to do a deeper dive into the macro trends in compliances for corporates. Now, out of these 5 that I have said, there are 2 verticals coming out of it. One is the corporate vertical, where people like HCL Tech, HCL Foundation, and the other corporates come in, and the other vertical is the NGO one. So in the corporate vertical, I've listed these 11 points. These are the deeper macro trends. The first one is, there has been high-level committees have been set up by the government, which have evaluated data. And basis that, and Rob Bhaumik will talk about a bit of that data, they have evaluated how CSR spending is happening thematically, geographically, amount-wise, and they've made recommendations. Has anybody read the high-level committee report? Let me see, raise your hands. I don't see anyone. So we will share that also with you. Will you read it or not? I'm a school teacher, I'm going to ask you questions. Yes or no? I'm not hearing you. Please read it. Because then you will understand where the next circular is going to come in and how you have to react to it. Okay? Then complier and explain is now compliance spend. I've already told about that to you because CSR spending is mandatory. The board level, number 3, the board level accountability. And I can tell you when Nidhi must be reporting to her board, it is a lot of due diligence on a lot of things. Quarter on quarter, I think they have quarterly reports and stuff like that. Because if they do not measure up by the last quarter, then a lot of things may kick in because now spending is mandatory, as I just told you. If I want to be a good corporate, I must make sure that I am complying. So my NGO is my key partner to enable that compliance. Now spending meaning is very important, number 4. Just giving money is not spending. Activity should be completed. So I will say that if 31st March, your activity is taken care of and you have still not paid, it is still utilization. Because you may bill it till 31st and maybe the payment can happen after 31st. But utilization means actual spending of the money, not keeping the money. And your chartered accountant will then give you a utilization certificate to be given to the donor. It has to be done. How many of you work with chartered accountants? I hope all of you have chartered accountants. How many of you have seen there is a UDIN number in the utilization certificate? Unique document identification number. Good. The CA cannot give you a UDIN, UC means utilization certificate, till he or she is satisfied that you have actually done the activity for the period for which you have an MOU. So if there are chartered accountants here, please be very aware about this because the ICAI is also very closely monitoring every chartered accountant through their UDIN numbers. I work very closely with the ICAI people as well. And there are a series of courses that we are trying to build with them on CSR because a lot of the CSAs, they work with business accounting. And they often are unable to understand the accounting of the CSR space. Number 6, there is an annual action plan. which is very important for corporates to plan to make sure that the spending is proper. Unless my grant cycle is synchronizing with the financial year cycle, how do I complete my spending by 31st March? This is another micro trend. Clarity presented. So a lot of clarity has been presented on areas like admin overhead, surplus, etc. My slide presentation has all of that. There are too many slides here. We will share all of that with you, but I'm just highlighting the points here. The role of the Chief Finance Officer, number 8, becomes extremely important. So this is also kicked in from January 2021. So the CFO will also be deciding the allocations basis the formula. And the CFO has to also certify and justify to the board that this UDIN number which is coming in is actual also. So the coordination between the CFO, the head CSR, the accounts, the chartered accountant and the company secretary who files the report becomes extremely important. So we want that this collaboration has to happen and the NGO must understand this. Because if the NGO does not understand, then there is going to be a problem. Treatment of the reporting of capital assets has been defined now very well through the amendments. Business or for-profit activities must be clearly kept away. We are aware of that, but it is re-emphasized. And non-compliance, which is typically section 135(7), which says that if you are not able to spend, then either you allocate it through an ongoing project or you give it to government. If you don't do that, then there is a penalty, monetary penalty. Very quickly, Shaili will go to the next one because I think the time is going pretty rapid. We are 11:13. Maybe I'll take quickly. This is for NGOs because most of you are NGOs. Please understand, this is a critical slide for your compliance because you are now a partner in compliance also. Point number 1, how many NGO leaders are here? So there are so many NGO leaders and none of you raised your hand when I asked, have you read the high-level committee report? And all of you raised your hand when I said, do you need funding? So I can see a gap analysis here. Why are you not reading? There is so much of information. They're living in an information highway situation. And last 2 saal mein to we have just done reading and reading only from home situation. So please, we will share these materials with you. Your role as leader becomes critical. Your role in the timely utilization, number 2, on the same year or a 3-year period if it is an ongoing project is very critical. I'm sure you're aware about 12A ATG renewals. Have you all got your renewed 12A ATGs? Please raise your hands if you have or you haven't. Have you all got Form CSR1? All of you've got it? Because otherwise you can't get CSR funds. Okay? Are you aware about a Form 10BD which has just come out? Form 10BD has to be filled by 31st of May for your donors. You have to quickly do that. Okay? I've already talked about Form CSR1. Now, these are some very, very critical compliances for NGOs. And if you understand these well, and through the day we will have various other activities also, where we will try and give you more finer details. I will show you one more slide, which will look a little complicated because it's an Excel sheet, but we will give it to you through the resources. I need to still explain to you how that sheet is read, because CSR is all about spending. So I am going to give you a sheet, which is a formula. And you should know where this 100 rupees is being spent in CSR, because then you can develop your project proposal keeping that in mind. Because if this is a masterclass, I must tell you this core element also. So if you just go 2-3 slides ahead, the others, they will, we will share it with them. Yes. Why is it so dull over here? This is so bright.
Can we dim the lights?
Because they can, this is very bright here and this they can't see.
I think now it would be, yeah.
No, but still I think it is not readable. But doesn't matter because the one over here is very bright. So you will be getting this Excel sheet. Huh? Can you see the columns A, B, C, D, E? So this is all 100% CSR basically. I don't think anything is readable. Or is it readable a little bit? So if you see A, this is 5% admin. Then from B, C, D, E, this is all entirely 95%. Out of which 5%, which is column B, is for impact assessment. And the other C, D, E, they are all your CSR spending. So your budgets for CSR funding comes in from the column D. Any funding you get in CSR is from column D for implementation and also from E for monitoring and evaluation. Some of it could come from C also, which is project development. Now, this is the entire pie chart or Excel on where and how CSR money is getting deployed. In fact, I would now request Bhaumik to come over and he will explain to you how the monies have been happening all around the country and maybe the trends. This is a key understanding that every NGO needs to have. I will just stop here. And if there are any questions so far or anything related to compliance, which you may have from your side, maybe a couple of 2-3 questions, I'm happy to take. Anybody? If you have any questions? Or is it too much of a shock? What you just heard? So there is somebody raising his hand. If you can just introduce yourself, sir, and from where are you and your good name?
My name is C.K. Rao. I'm from Augusta International Foundation. Who will decide the ongoing projects?
Okay, so the board of the company, the CSR team will plan it, and the board has to approve it through the CSR committee. There is an entire process to do it. So it is the corporate, the board level compliance becomes very critical. So it is that level that that particular decision is taken. Yes, we have somebody from here. If a mic could come here, or maybe if you can just stand up and ask otherwise.
Requesting volunteers to please help Mike.
One of the CSR company who are funding us, they are asking to put their, their logo on the project, and they wanted to incorporate that into the MOU. But what my auditor is saying, it is not allowed to put in the MOU about the logo to be depicted about the project. Is it true?
So your auditor is mainly trying to alert you keeping GST in mind. Because the moment that, because this is a gray area, and there is a huge conversation, multiple decisions are coming out that if a corporate begins to brand itself, then there is a business benefit coming out of it. I feel that more clarity will come out, but what your auditor is saying is on line with a lot of what the auditors are saying. The GST concern is there. Avoiding to write it as a line item or a clause in the MOU is a wise thing to do if you ask me. Because then the corporate may not be chased by the GST guy. Or otherwise the NGO may be asked to pay up GST, which you may not be charging from the donor. So it is a gray area. Keep studying this well. But we are hopeful that in the next 1 or 2, interestingly in this Form 10BE, if you can just go back to the one that I showed, there is a Form 10BD for ATG donation. You have to write down the kinds of donations you are getting. And in those donation types, grant is also mentioned, which is referring to CSR grant. That means as per income tax, donation and grant is same. Whereas under GST, they have been saying donation is different from grant. So we are finding some interesting things coming out, which I am hopeful that a lot of legal people who work in this space will sort out in the coming time. So Bhaumik, I think you can just quickly come over because otherwise we will overshoot the time. Now there are quite a few slides over here, and I don't know whether we will get time. Achha, we have another question while Bhaumik is coming up. If the mic could go there, please. Achha, we have one.
I'm about to request if we can use that mic. So this is yeah, there are 4 cordless ones.
Okay, yeah. Your name and your organization?
Hi, this is Naveen from Leaf. There are so many CSR funding for the, 5-6 years old NGOs. What about the fundings of the new NGOs, like we just started a couple of years ago or couple of months ago?
Yeah.
So who is going to support us and how is going to support?
So technically speaking, as per the legislation, you have to be 3 years old. That is part of the law. But what you could do is, you could be looking at sub-granting. If some organization is willing to give you sub-grant, or a corporate is okay that it gives funds to a mother NGO, which is older than 3, and then you plug in as a resource partner. That is the only way, because as per the law, you have to be 3 years old. And then 12A ATG you might have got, I think. Have you got 12A and ATG? Form CSR 1 also you've got, but that 3 year becomes critical. You won't get anything from the CSR directly otherwise. Yeah, I think we've got one there.
Good morning, my name is Anto. I saw a 5% on admin cost on your Excel sheet.
Yeah.
This is pertaining to the overall grant,
Very
or
good
is it for the NGO?
Very good question. So this is admin overheads is 5% of the overall CSR expenditure in a year. So if your budget of a corporate is 100 rupees and it spends 90 rupees, then administration cost that the corporate can bear or have is 5% of 90 rupees. If it spends 100, then it can have 5 rupees, but that is for the corporate. 95 is where implementation comes in. And that column D I showed you, you as an NGO can develop your admin expense, which you have to work out with the donor. Typically 5 to 7 to 8%, I think corporates do that, and that you have to justify depending upon the type of project that you have. Okay. I think we have, now more people are coming up, but Bhaumik, I think we will take more questions. Let Bhaumik also complete his, this thing, and maybe we will integrate a bit of compliance with the data thing that Bhaumik would present. Would that be okay, Bhaumik? Huh?
Thank you, Nikhil. Can we have a round of applause for Nikhil? And I also strongly recommend and request everyone to make best use of Bhaumik and Nikhil being here, since they travel with us across cities, and some of the very in-depth knowledge, and through these sessions we try, and that's what the aim of these symposiums is, one of the major aims of these symposiums. Before I hand it over to Bhaumik, I'll just quickly introduce him to the audience. Bhaumik is a CSR and sustainability professional with over 9 years of experience in handling CSR projects and partnerships and social impact advisory services. He has set up CSR Box in 2015 as an independent knowledge, resources, and networking platform for companies, social businesses, and CSR foundations. The platform is now Asia's largest CSR data intelligence and collaboration hub, and we really congratulate the entire CSR Box and NGO Box team for achieving this milestone. Can we have a round of applause for the entire team of NGO Box, who have been very supportive conducting these symposiums? And on that note, I request Bhaumik to please take over. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. First of all, can you go to the next slide? I'll run a little fast on certain things, but before I begin, can you give me 2 seconds of your own? Can you stand up and just wake up? And just stand here. This is a big thank you call for entire HCL Foundation, Nidhi, and HCL Group on behalf of the social sector. Probably, I have been in this sector for the last 10 years. My network, my platform, and probably the kind of work that we do as a platform, as an organization. Probably I have met more than 300 CSR heads in last 1 year. There is not a single CSR head who drives that passion that Nidhi drives. So a big round of applause for Nidhi and the entire team who has been doing this work for last 7-8 years. And big thank you to HCL Foundation and HCL Group leadership team. When I interact with most of the CSR heads, CSR leadership team, that passion to build capacity for non-profit. We know that there will be many few NGOs who will get at the end the grant. But the capacity building program that HCL Foundation has been doing, has added a value to the sector in last 7-8 years. So thank you, Nidhi, and thank you the entire team for being such a passionate team. Thank you, everyone.
Can the audience sit now, Bhaumik? Just a lighter note.
Yes, please. So that's a wake-up call. Now, whatever I'm going to present here, probably I will skip a couple of slides in the interest of time. But whatever I'm going to present, whatever I'm going to talk about, those are totally based on our experiences. Based on our experiences as a platform, as an organization of dealing with companies, foundations, and non-profits as well, plus the government organizations. This has nothing specific to HCL Foundation grant program. So please relate to sector, not to the grant program. I'll not go to this story now because we are running short of time, so we can go to next 3 slides. Yeah. I'm trying to set a context along with the entire format of Masterclass and what we are going to go through in the entire day and probably the entire 4 or 5 years on CSR grant and CSR partnership with companies. When CSR law came in 2014, we know that how things have started and how many opportunities opened for non-profits. Nikhil set a good context about how CSR is just about, first thing is compliance. And I will start on that note because that's mandatory for us to look at. So how many of you would, I'm not sure you can see the colors in dot, blue, red, green, and yellow. Colors are not coming out good. But how many of you will put Blue first, if you are a CSR head right now, if you have to take a call, which one will be your first priority when you have to decide about funding? Which dot? How many of you are going for blue dot? Okay, almost 35-40%. How many for red? 2, 3, 4, only 5, 6. Max 12, 15. Okay, how many for green? Sustainability, good. And how many for the yellow one? Last one is yellow. Sorry, color distortion is happening. Okay. Nikhil said the right context. CSR first. Can we go to next slide? CSR is compliance first. Any CSR head who has to take a decision now, after the amendment especially. Before amendment, there was still some liberty available to CSR heads to look things from different lenses. But now, it's a cyclic. 12 महीने का पहले सोचना है, इसके बाद आगे sustainability, social impact सब बाद में आएंगे. पहले compliance. So CSR is first about compliance. And Nikhil very well put it, it's all about compliance first. Why we are talking about compliance? Because केवल CSR head ही नहीं है जो decision ले रहा है. CSR head decision लेता है शुरुआत के 6 month में, और लास्ट के जब 6 month आते हैं, स्पेशली फरवरी, मार्च, अप्रैल, मई का पीरियड आता है, तब CFO भी आ जाते हैं. Then you get your company secretary involved, then you get auditor involved, all of them get involved. And then CSR just runs around to get things in place कि सारी चीजें compliance के हिसाब से हो जाएं. So CSR first is compliance now, then about social impact. Let's remember that. Those CSR heads, those boards, those companies who are driving it for social impact, let's give them the upper hand because they are thinking compliance along with social impact. So there are very few companies now. Company's intent is there to be social impact or to have social impact as priority. But the way entire CSR law has come in and probably the entire periodicity which is there in the compliance, that leaves some little scope for companies sometimes to go beyond that. So I'll talk about this. All of us have gone through different type of partnership model. Nikhil asked how many of you are already working with CSR foundations or companies. Believe me, Nikhil mentioned that you are implementation partner plus compliance partner. You are more than that, as Nikhil mentioned, because in pandemic, we did procurement for companies in terms of on behalf of companies for CSR project, and we responded to COVID situation. Many a times you are seeing the agreement in which you are mentioned as a vendor. Many a times you are service provider. The risk of entire social impact lies on the non-profit shoulder. So you're also social risk partner for the company. When they are saying that you have to make social impact on ground, you have to deliver this kind of behavior change, that kind of infrastructure, the risk lies on your shoulder. So you're playing many role for the company. It depends on what type of project you are working in, what type of company you are working in, and what type of model fits in your MOU when you are signing an agreement with company. New thing which is coming up is ESG delivery, and I will talk about it. Okay, we spoke about compliance. I'll start with one story. I work as an organization, we work with a couple of companies on impact assessment. Trust me, this is true story. In the last week of April, CFO, company secretary, and CSR head is sitting with my team when we have done impact assessment for one of the programs, large-scale program of financial company. And they wanted to present SROI, social return on investment of the program, to the board. They spent entire 2.5 days with my team to understand entire SROI process. कि ये होता कैसे है, इसमें डेड वेट कैसे गिनते हैं, everything. Because बोला कि हमारा board इतना interest लेता है सारी चीजों में, they will ask us to explain each of the element of social return on investment. What are the input gone for the project? What are the output and impact coming out of the project? That is the level where boards are getting involved because it's all about compliance and presenting the entire compliance to the larger shareholders as well, not just the stakeholders. Now coming to core competency, and I'm going to present this more from my experiences with the company, with many companies, that when you go out with the companies for funding, when you go out for writing grant proposals, what do companies think of? What do CSIs think of? There are many factors which work. But definitely first thing which we talk about is competency of the non-profit. And competency does go with not just about sectoral competency, it does go with your geographic competency as well. Because in certain demographic conditions, you might work in better way. In other demographic conditions, you are not that impactful. Someone working in Northeast cannot work in UP with the same kind of resources. So it requires different kind of understanding, different kind of expertise. Now perceived social brand, I'm sorry you are not able to see the color change which were there on the slide. Perceived social brand, that has come out in a very big way in last 2-3 years. Many companies look at you that what is your social brand in terms of what type of NGO you are known as. You are a healthcare NGO, you are an education NGO, you are an NGO working on environmental project. So if you are working on environmental project, your brand value is associated with that. You are bidding for an education project, that will not work that effectively. So just look at that what kind of external image you are creating for your own organization as an implementation partner. Next one is about communication. This has come out very strongly in last 2-3 years that companies are really looking at that how good communication organization you are. How you are telling your stories to the larger audience, because even the company wants to present storytelling, wants to present the impact stories to the shareholders, to the board members, to the larger stakeholders, be it government, be it media. So be more proactive about communication, and I will try to relate all these components when I'm trying to present the data along with this. Now coming to collaboration. Collaboration is important, and Nidhi mentioned that when we responded to COVID situation, government was banking on us that HCL hai to ye ho hi jayega. And we know that most of you must have worked in COVID-19 situation with many companies. You must have responded to the local requirement with support from the company. It was the corporate sector which really stood up. And I know many companies, I can count hundreds of companies which stood up at that time, going beyond compliance at that time, taking permission from CSR committee, board approval within 3 to 4 days for large-scale procurement. Well, that was the speed at which corporate sector has responded to COVID-19. It depends on what type of situation you are in and how you want to respond to government partnership. So that is required for the companies in terms of how an NGO is working with the government. What is the image of that NGO in front of the government? Then the last point is very much important about convergence. Nidhi spoke about that climate change is getting some priority or more priority in their agenda now. Why? Across the world, and I will go to next slide, please. Yeah, please, next. I'm not sure how many of you know Larry Fink, but he's the person whom you should credit for ESG net zero revolution among the corporate sector. He is CEO of BlackRock, which manages assets of $8 trillion, more than twice the size of Indian economy. He is the person who has started this entire narrative that companies should be responsible for societal problems as well. They should respond to environmental, social problems which are there in the society, and this is the responsibility of companies to allocate fund for whatever problems are there in the society. He started this narrative, and in 2019, 2021, he has been very outspoken about companies taking responsibility for the climate change. And the entire revolution that you are seeing, the focus about ESG across the globe, there are two factors which are very much responsible from the corporate sector side. One, India's commitment for net zero, where government is pushing for companies to go for net zero with certain timeline. Second one, many companies with their global headquarters are pushing Indian companies that you focus on ESG through CSR. So that's the agenda which is going to drive CSR beyond 2024. And I reiterate, after 2 years, when you will see some disclosures coming from the ministry side, that will definitely have some convergence between CSR and ESG. That's going to happen. I think in if you remember in Bhubaneswar Symposium, we said that companies are creating assets in CSR. Those assets will be recorded on paper someday by ministry. And you see the CSR Form 2, which came out in February, that clearly asks for which are the assets you are creating, whether directly through you, through your foundation, or through NGO partner. So these are the changes which are going to happen, and we are going through evolution of CSR, and it's going to be very robust mechanism to track each penny going into the sector through the company, through NGO, through CSR foundation. Thanks. Next. This is very much important. I will try to link it with ESG narrative which I'm trying to make. SEBI, Security Exchange Board of India, has come out with a circular or a press release on 6th of May, clearly mentioning that they are setting up a 19-member committee to look at ESG rating review of global rating system, and create some mechanism for India-specific context. If you look at next slide, if you look at terms of references, you will see specific point, focus on S, which is social side of ESG, including employment generation. So there are certain things which are being thought through in this policy parlay, where some regulatory body, some kind of other mechanism, some kind of other institution is trying to align the entire mechanism of company responsibility towards environment, society, and governance. We are already doing CSR. Few companies are bound to respond to BSBR, Business Social and Responsibility Metrics, for last 5-6 years. Now there is another level of mechanism which is being created to the committee, that the committee will recommend that what kind of ESG rating India should follow, whether we should develop India-specific rating or not. And this will ultimately drive the agenda for CSR in next 2 to 3 years, because then companies will become more focused about environmental programs through CSR. Companies are already doing through their value chain. But this is something additional they are getting in CSR, and obviously net zero is a commitment. Companies are competing within their peers. So they want to move towards net zero as soon as possible. So that is going to drive the CSR policy and CSR priorities for the companies beyond 2024. Next. Next, please. I will try to, whatever I'm trying to say through my experiences, I will try to support it with the data now, with some slides which we have understood and which we try to share resources with more of the non-profit partners and even the corporate clients. I'm sorry you are not able to see the color variation here. Here it's fine, but the bottom, the second part which you are seeing slightly blue, that's about 1920. The other gray part is 2021. If you look at implementation model, how companies are implementing projects, this is a comparison of 2 years. I have no intent, and I'm not saying that companies are changing the implementation model. What I'm trying to hint at is one single pandemic can change how companies are allocating funds for their priorities. So if companies are allocating 72% in 1920 through NGO partner, in 2021, same set of companies are allocating 48% through NGO partner. This has nothing to do with that companies are going to implement projects on their own, but certain disclosures coming from the government side, certain pressure points coming from the government side can cut the share of non-profit model or non-profit grant model for companies. For example, if PM CARES fund is created and fund is being allocated for centralized program from CSR, so definitely that pie will cut for the entire non-profit sector. And this is bound to happen. This is part and parcel of the system. That if there is some kind of situation, for example, when Government of India launched Swachh Bharat program, we have seen a lot of investment going to from the company side to WASH program. So these are the dynamic change, and this will keep happening. What I'm trying to emphasize, when we sustain that relationship with the corporate partner, when we win the trust of the corporate partner year after year, at least those few partners are going to support you for the long duration, for a long journey, for your impact, social impact. So maintain that relationship with your partners, keep winning their trust year after year on the social impact side. Next. Okay, there is one myth among the non-profits that most of the companies which are setting up foundations and they are going to implement most of their projects on their own. If you go back to previous slide and you look at this slide, we have done assessment of 300 large companies, out of which 48% of them have foundations. But still all these foundations are not implementing projects on their own. Projects are still getting implemented through NGO partner. Only in cases where they have to directly give fund to government corpus or something, some kind of program, then it's going through foundation or directly through companies. Otherwise, majority of the programs are still being implemented through NGO partners. Foundations are mere facilitators to keep a centralized control and disbursement of funds and monitor the projects and program. HCL Foundation is one of the examples that few programs they're implementing on their own, but majority of the other grants, programs they are doing with NGO partner, whether it's Uday program, Samuday program, or even the HCL grant. Next. Again, there was a media report in, I think, November or December sometime last year, that company CSR fund has decreased by 61%. Very wrong calculation by some journalist and everybody picked it up. Non-profit sector just gone blast with that media article कि इतना कम कैसे हो सकता है, 30,000 25,000 का फंड 9,000 पे कैसे आ सकता है. That was a miscalculation because जो टॉप कंपनीज थी उनकी रिपोर्ट आई ही नहीं थी. एमसीए की वेबसाइट से जो पार्शियल लिस्ट थी उसको उठा के एक आर्टिकल बना दिया गया कि कंपनीज आर इन्वेस्टिंग लेस इन CSR. It's not. As of today, when we are talking about last year का FY 21-22, CSR fund might have touched 25-26,000 crore per year. By 2025, it's definitely going to be 30,000 crore plus for the entire sector. Right now, I'm just presenting numbers from 300 large companies, and I'm trying to present that these numbers are increasing. So we are part of an ecosystem where we are going to leverage 30,000 crore for social impact sector. So your role is more important, your role is more critical, that how we are going to use that fund, one for compliance with the company, but along with that, social impact at the grassroots level. Next. Again, priorities will keep shifting. I am focusing again and again that if you are a very sectoral organization, keep that in mind, that you're also developing certain kind of ancillary skill set, ancillary program which can help you to sustain your organization, also build additional capacities. Why? Because the priorities will keep shifting. When I mentioned one example of Swachh Bharat, then last year pandemic, and because of many reasons, companies will keep shifting their focus. Next focus is definitely going to be environmental projects, water-related projects. So if you look at education projects from large 300 companies, it started with almost one third of the share in the entire CSR pie. It has decreased to almost 1/5%, or 20% of the entire CSR pie. So that this will keep shifting, priorities will keep changing for the companies depending on the national needs, depending on the commitment of the corporate to different sectors. Next. Okay, this is most important, probably the crux of what I'm trying to present. As a social sector, I have been in this sector, I work with non-profits very intensely and passionately. One thing is very clear, that we always see the challenges and we never try to change the lens. Most of the challenges that you see on the slide, those are not challenges, but are hidden opportunities for us to look at it from different lens. Why I'm saying so? The first thing, that many a time, if funder is questioning you, funder is asking you something, that means that he has that trust and he wants to prove that to their senior leadership team, that they are working with very reliable organization. When Nidhi is saying that the grant program is more about governance as well, not just about giving the funding, but building capacity of non-profit so that governance and other accounting systems are also in line with the systemic requirement. That does mean that you have to win the funders' trust on all sides, not just on the program side. On program side, team side, capacity side, governance side, your track record side. One important element which has happened in last, Nidhi, this is for all of us, the due diligence that used to be there for non-profits as a service from our side or many other service providers, Bahadurji is here. We have never seen companies asking for due diligence of non-profit to that extent. In last 1 year, we are seeing 300% demand coming for due diligence of non-profit as a separate service, which is again telling us that due diligence from compliance point of view, from ethical standing point of view, is becoming very, very stringent from company's side. So keep your books very transparent, keep your governance and control system very robust so that all the check boxes are ticked properly for you. Next one is the great attrition. All the sectors are going through great attrition. It's not just for the non-profit sector or corporate sector. We are seeing that attrition is happening across the system. There are many reports which are telling us. So non-profit sector, the biggest challenge that we see in non-profit sector is that you hire one person, you build capacity in 1 year, 1.5 years, and your middle layer is gone within 2 years, 2.5 years to other organization. So that is going to happen, so that agility, that resilience needs to be built within the organization. That how you nurture the next level leadership, how you nurture the managers who are controlling the programs, who are developing the programs for you. Next, unicorn challenge. This is both the pros and cons for Indian ecosystem. You will see that there are many unicorns, social enterprises, or startups coming in. and a large chunk of non-profit talent, which are supposed to be part of non-profit working on social impact side, is now being hired by the social enterprises or are being paid almost 2x, 3x salaries in unicorns. And that's biggest, I think I have personally experienced, I've spoken to many founders in last 1.5 years. Nikhil, we were speaking last, I think other day. We have seen this attrition and transition happening from social sector to startups and social enterprises, which indicates talent crunch in social sector at some point in time. There are no studies which are happening, unfortunately, which can tell us about the numbers, which can tell us about the magnitude of the problem. But the social sector needs to think that how you are developing that loyalty among the employees, that they stick to the cause, they stick with you as an organization to take your organization to the next level. That is happening because, again, when we are evaluating many impact, we are doing impact assessment of many of the programs, the biggest challenge that as an organization we face is the team which has implemented the project in 1920 or 2021, hardly 10% of the team members are available to tell us about the project or program. And this is not just about smaller NGOs, this is happening in CSR foundations as well, large CSR foundation. So what I'm trying to say is that nurture that talent in the organization, create that loyalty, create that kind of mechanism for your employees that they remain with you, and develop that kind of compassion with them so that they remain part of the cause that you are driving. I will take just 1 minute, Robin, and I'll close it. Last one. Okay, the local area preference and the boardroom, just 2 points. Local area preference, many times we are being asked that whether companies are preferring local area. This trend was not there until 2017-18, apart from the manufacturing side, manufacturing companies. But again, we are seeing that because of the entire systemic amendments in the corporate CSR law, and beyond that, even the companies are now looking at how they can really strengthen their social license to operate in certain geographies. We are seeing that focus is again shifting slightly to local area needs. But there are 2 types of local area. One, NGO working in their native zone. That's a local area for NGO. Whether you can develop some program in your area first. Second, local area where company is present. So these are the 2 local area definitions which are being evolving now, and both of them are being preferred by companies. Now boardroom getting involved. I've already spoken about the boardroom is getting involved in looking at CSR more in a more intense and passionate way. And that's where CSRs are becoming more, I would say, more stringent about selecting partners, more transparent about the processes, and more question-oriented in terms of asking you certain questions which are uncomfortable many times for non-profit leadership. But those are questions which are being again asked to CSR leaders by the board members or CSR committee members. So be compassionate about what you are doing. Be resilient about what you are trying to do and respond to the sectoral needs. You will have to develop that agility and resilience as an organization to respond to evolving CSR ecosystem. Thanks a lot.
Hats off to your unmatchable energy, Bhawmik. A big round of applause for Bhawmik Shah. Nikhil, you wanted to make some point, yeah.
Just wanted to add one thing, because of the shortage of time, we will be sharing all the resources with you. Now, key resources are this legislation document. So this includes the original legislation with the latest amendments, then the Schedule 7, which is with all the latest amendments. Then there is the original rules of 2014. Then there is an amended rules of 2021. Then there is a frequently asked questions of August 2021. And there is a Form CSR 2 of February this year. So all of these documents in series form, we will be sharing with all of you, along with the presentations that Bhawmik and I made. And it will be through the portal or through NGO Box, and then you can keep communicating with us. Okay, so I just wanted to... Yes, and another thing before we kind of, go for the health break, the next batch of the HCL Foundation Academy, where we are running the CSR course, is about to be launched. And you could register. And there is an advertisement that will come out, or maybe it has come out. Yesterday they were discussing to put it into the HCL handles, the social media handles. The batch will most likely start in the first week of June. There are no charges. It is a 3-month online course, and we are going to start the 5th batch. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Nikhil and Bhawmik, for that very informative session. So before we move on to our next masterclass and to continue the messaging and the discourse, which is happening since morning, we'll take a quick health break, and it's a quick tea break also. So it's on the second floor in the balcony, and the volunteers from the Christ University is going to help all the audience here. But I request, please stick to the timeline and be back in the room in the next 15 minutes, because the next session is on the program management for non-for-profits, and I won't reveal, the thought leader whom we have with us today, and a dynamic teacher as well as trainer with long years of experience in management. So I request everyone to please be back in next 15 minutes. Thank you. It's on the second floor in the balcony. So we are on the third floor right now. So again, requesting please quickly grab your tea and try and come back. Thank you. Bye. Natural. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had tea, and thank you for coming back in time. So as I mentioned before we went for the tea, that to continue the discourse and to continue that strong messaging, we have a thought leader and dynamic teacher with us. And I'm very happy, very privileged to have Dr. Usha Manjunath with us, who's the director and professor at IHMR Bangalore. Before I call her and hand over the mic to her, I'll just quickly introduce her to the audience. She's a professor and director at IHMR Bangalore. Her education background includes MSc Speech and Hearing from AIISH, Mysore, and MPhil, Hospital and Health Management, and PhD in Management from BITS Pilani. Certificate on Strategic Leadership and Management in Healthcare, 2012, IHMR, Delhi. And John Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and successfully completed CCL and ASPPH, Academic Public Health Leadership Institute, as well as implementation of NABH standards for hospitals, 2019, NABH Quality Council of India, and she has also successfully completed various research projects with Government of India, ICMR, UNICEF, WHO, Alive and Thrive, Deaf Child Worldwide, UK, HCL Foundation, and other many such organizations. She also has a number of publications to her credit: journal, articles, new blogs, reports, and a book. Ma'am, once again, a very warm welcome on behalf of HCL Foundation. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. Manjunath? Ma'am, we request you to please talk about the program management for non-profits. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. HCL Foundation. Nidhi has been a close friend for me, and it's a pleasure to be in Christ University campus. It's a great, experience, a great campus, and welcome to all the other dignitaries, NGOs, and my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. You've been hearing a lot about, the CSR funds and due diligence and compliance. So I would, in the next half hour to 35 minutes, I will stress on how do we really, tighten the project, starting from that, to probably looking at a lot of the indicators. Many of the all of us have this challenge of building so many things, long-term kinds of projects, 3 years programs, and so on and so forth. So we will just get started, and I will just spend 2 minutes on this. So take your paper and pencil ready, and then How many times have you seen the old 10 rupee notes? Don't take it out right now, but old 10 rupee notes, just estimate. Give you 30 seconds to estimate, or maybe 1 minute to estimate. How many times in your life would you have seen that? Yeah, that I want that N. Yes. Yes. All right. So maybe some of the students can really quickly get their numbers up. We are going to do a lot of these needs assessment, study, what's the estimate, how do we really go about estimating something. So it's very important. Just quickly, somebody did? How many times? 1,000 times? 2,000 times? 10,000 times? All right? So I'm sure all of us would have some logic to do it. So very quickly, assumptions, and hopefully they're realistic ones. So I'm not 25-year-old. If you did, I'm 25-year-old, used it more from my 10th year, and then probably seen about once a day in 15 years, maybe I'm coming to some number. So estimations have to be very realistic. And now answer this. Many of you said 10,000 times, maybe 4,000 times. So just let's see, what do we miss? Do we really miss something? How many animals are there on the back of the old 10 rupee note? Tiger, 1? Yes? Quickly? Yes? Okay. So we kind of, have to be careful. I'm kind of priming you for something and asking you something else. But we see so many things, but we don't register it. So when I'm doing my project or when I'm doing my needs analysis, all the time I have to be very careful as to what I'm going to observe. Because lots of things are there, all right? So there are 3 animals, right? 1-horned rhino, tiger, and an elephant. And then Gandhi's head is turned to his right, and maybe to your left, right? So we need to be really very careful about how we really do it. Very quickly, let me take you through the project management cycle and looking at various kinds of preparatory things that we do. And I will go a little fast, how we really go ahead with it. So it is usually for the benefit. We are looking at, managing them for a longer time. You also have funds to manage. So a typical program management cycle would have preparation, the initial assessment, planning and budgeting. You've heard a lot about, the building your compliances. So when you're budgeting, be very, correct about it, whether it is GST compliance you have to take or, what kinds of projects you're doing. So you have to really see, and then the manpower and so on. Then the execution and continuously building in your monitoring and evaluation, impact assessment, and how do you really close the project. So some of the assumptions that we always do is, we are always writing for against an RFP, a grant, a fundraising to work in much needed area of development, health, environment, all of you are already involved in that. So needs assessment, obviously there are 2 parts you can think of. You could also do a scoping visit and a scoping part. So many of us, it's also called as a baseline assessment. So you will see what the challenge, what work you want to do. Maybe you will use a lot of literature, secondary information. You go and do a baseline maybe, and based on that, you will probably come up with it. So be very careful when you really look at that and do it. So you may use a number of assessments. So one of the things that I'm sure all the NGOs are doing, maybe my young friends and students would also understand, if they have a lot of opportunity to come to social sector and social development, this is something very exciting for them to be really understanding, to be with the community, to be with understanding their needs, and therefore it's a very helpful one. So there are a number of methods. Choose the right method to get that. You could also do a participatory rural appraisal. I'm sure all the NGOs here would be doing that, but this is something very critical. Before we take on to some particular work, we need to really do that. And also we need to kind of prioritize the data. So needs for intervention, the ideas for intervention. So again, you have to work closely with the community. the funder sometimes, also the, the expectations of the funder, and maybe sometimes the government, because you need, approvals from them. You need to be really working in that area to actually impact. You need to do that. So interviews, observations, focus groups, you could do all that. The main part is on the data analysis. So some of the small, rural-based NGOs may require help with really looking at these kinds of data analysis. How do we really look through those numbers? How do we really move forward? So that's where you probably want some help. There is always a lot of people in your own smaller areas to maybe, you can attach yourself with a university department, maybe have interns come and help you. So there is a lot of opportunities for you to explore further and go ahead and do it. But then, once you decide, review with the community. That's very important. Experts. So we think something needs to be done. Does the community also want that? So I just will, play a video we were also talking a lot about climate change and what it does. So it's a very nice project done by IHMR University, my parent organization.
প্রত্যেক কোটালে যদি জল ঢুকে তাহলে আমরা কি করব?
4 ফুট 5 ফুট অটোমেটিক বেড়ে যায়।
এই বমি হচ্ছে, পায়খানা হচ্ছে, হাত পা ঘা হয়ে যাচ্ছে।
আমাদের কিন্তু এখানে একটা প্রাথমিক স্বাস্থ্য কেন্দ্র পর্যন্ত নেই।
দারিদ্র্য ছাড়া এখানে কোনো কিছুই নেই। কোনোদিনও দেখতে গেলে হয়তো খাওয়া হয় না। 5 বছর আগে যা ছিল তার চেয়ে আরো সংকটে আছি আমরা। আমাদের সমুদ্রে হলেও লাগ না হলে ফাঁক।
Indian part of world's largest mangrove delta Sundarbans is also a region with worrisome climate change figures according to Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and evidence from other studies conducted in this region over the last 2 decades. The IPCC prediction for sea level rise in this low-lying delta region, which is a part of Ganga, Brahmaputra and Meghna delta, is between 0.63 and 0.88 meter by 2090. This is compounded by sediment stagnation and subsidence leading to salinization, flooding and erosion. Among the many impacts, communities' health is one crucial sphere where climate change is impacting in several ways. However, the impacts are not distributed equally across the Indian Sundarbans. The geography of the region can be divided into 3 parts: vulnerable islands, regions by the sea and river, and landlocked mainland. These 3 zones are prone to different degree of climatic vagaries depending upon the climatic vulnerabilities of their population. Climatic vulnerability is not linear. It depends upon 3 components of a given context: exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. It's like an equation. If we combined exposure and sensitivity and subtract adaptive capacity, then we will get the extent of vulnerability of a given context or the concerned people. These 3 components can create differential vulnerabilities within a small region. Here comes the significance of our 3 selected study villages: Ghoramara, the sinking island; Dhashpada, the severely eroded portion; and Rudranagar, the middle part of the Sagar Island. All 3 sites are representative samples which are situated within climatically vulnerable Sagar Community Development Block. All these sites get more or less same exposure. What makes the real difference in their climatic vulnerability is their adaptive capacity and the sensitive geographic position of the context. linkages between climate change and child health is still an emerging area. We aim to explore the pathways by which the climate change is affecting the child health in the Sundarbans and how the community and the healthcare delivery system is responding towards that. Climatic vulnerability is impacting the child health in three ways: by damaging the physical environment, by altering the food system, and by adversely affecting the healthcare infrastructure differently in these three sites. Due to the influx of saline water in Dhoshpara and land sinking in Ghuramara, today the agriculture options are very limited. In Ghuramara, the variety of crops grown has dwindled and the quantity of the crop output is far less than what it was 15 years ago.
এই ঘোড়ামারা দ্বীপে আমি ছোটবেলায় দেখেছি যে লঙ্কা বাগান খুব হতো, ধান কাটার পরে লঙ্কা বাগান, তরমুজ চাষ, এই আর শশা চাষ। তো বর্তমানে আমাদের ঘোড়ামারাতে মূলত ধান চাষ এবং পান চাষের উপরে কিন্তু নির্ভরশীল হয়ে গেছে মানুষ।
The depletion of traditional agro-fishing livelihood has led to large-scale seasonal migration from Ghuramara and Dhoshpara.
এটা 18 বছর আগে এই জায়গাটা চাষ হতো, এগুলা সব চাষবাসের জায়গা, নোয়া জল হয়ে সেই জায়গাটা কিন্তু আমরা লিয়েছি, লিয়ে এটা বাস্তু করছি।
The saline water has also filled up the sweetwater ponds. Most of the ponds are today devoid of fish, thus decreasing the options in food served to the children living in climatically vulnerable regions like Ghuramara and Dhoshpara.
আমাদের এই গ্রামের এখানে জল অবশ্যই খারাপ, সামনে কি টিউবওয়েল আছে, টিউবওয়েলে ভালো জল ওঠে না, নোংরা জল ওঠে, আশেপাশে জল জমে থাকছে, যার ফলে এই জল সমস্যা থেকে কিছু কিছু রোগ হচ্ছে এখানে।
মানে খুবই অসুবিধা হয়ে যায়, নোনা জল বাড়ার ফলে বাচ্চাগুলোরও খুব অসুখ হয়।
Food insecurity is high in the climatically vulnerable households, mostly in the sinking island of Ghuramara and erosion-prone zones like Dhoshpara. There is more prevalence of underweight and stunted children in these households. Children are also falling sick more times in a year in these households. These differential impacts call for micro-level context-specific strategies for healthcare.
একটা স্বাস্থ্য কেন্দ্র হয়ে গেল এই সামনে আছে, আপনার দেখতে হবে না স্কুলের কাছে গেলে, এটা সেইভাবে পড়ে আছে।
বাড়িতে অসুখ বিসুখ হচ্ছে আমাদের, আর কি করার নেই, ডাক্তার সেরকম এখানে তো সেরকম নাই।
গরু মরছে, বাছুর মরছে, ছাগল মরছে এবং বাচ্চাও মরছে, তাতে করার তো কিছু নেই, করবো কি আমরা?
সমুদ্র বাঁধ ভাঙার জন্য আমাদের ছেলে মেয়েকে ভালোভাবে পুষ্টিকর খাবার দিতে পারছি না। একে জলের অসুবিধা, দুয়ে গরু ছাগল পুষতে পারছি না, মানে দুধ পাচ্ছি না।
এই নোনা জলের ফলে চাষবাস তো হয় না, আমাদের খাওয়া দাওয়ার খুব কষ্টকর।
আর তাছাড়া যে স্কুলে যাওয়ার সময় এই দারিদ্রতার কারণে কিছু কিছু বাচ্চা অনেক সময় না খেয়েই যায়।
শূন্য ঘুরাও, শূন্য গোল করো, এরকম গোল করে শূন্য ঘুরাও, সোজা করে, হ্যাঁ, আবার গোল হয়ে গেল।
যখন জল চলে আসছে বাচ্চাদের স্কুল কতদিন বন্ধ করে দিতে হয়, কারণ জলের জন্য তো নিয়ে যাওয়া সম্ভব হয় না।
বন্যা বলুন, জল ঢুকছে, এইসব দেখেও তাদের মনের মধ্যে একটা এফেক্ট করছে। যেই দিন জল ঢুকছে ওর কারণে কিছু কিছু মানে দিন ওরা স্কুলেই যাচ্ছে না।
In the centrally situated block headquarters of Rudranagar, unlike Ghuramara and Dhoshpara, it is life as usual. Attendance in schools is regular. The people have ready access to the block administrative office, to vegetables and fruit market, to the rural hospital, medicines and doctors. In last 5 years, household of Ghuramara and Dhoshpara were more adversely affected in the sphere of transportation, roads, agricultural land and crops, and houses than those in Rudranagar.
All right. As we looked at, you may be working in Western Ghats, you may be working in slums of Bangalore. So you may be implementing in multiple areas and regions. So in your needs analysis, you also have to really see, because a lot of the factors they were talking about, maybe the support systems, the schools, the hospitals, whatever project you're doing, they will all be differently distributed in these. So take that into consideration, because you may have similar kinds of goals that you want to work on one area, but your support or the stakeholders and other people around your multiple centers may be different. The areas where you want to implement. So take that into consideration. As you saw, they kind of had regional differences, so they had system differences, how the healthcare and so on. So take that into consideration, your needs analysis, build in what they require, because one plan will not fit for all your regions that you're selecting for your implementation. Can I move to the next slide? Yes. I could see that. Okay. The left one. Yeah. Thank you. So you also want to consider how you're going to engage, map your stakeholders. You may be working with obviously the community and the beneficiaries, but you also have to really look at your project team. I think in the previous one, Bhaumik really stressed on how really you want to analyze, get their skills, their training, loyalty, train them, hold them, because they are going to leave you very soon, because there are a lot of opportunities. Of course, places like Bangalore, we all face this challenge of people really, getting different kinds of jobs, IT sector, people really take them away. So you really have to build on the project team. So map that also, very important. And working with the funding agency, starting from the CR or CSR or what you're going to apply now to that. Government departments is very important, because we don't want to create new systems. It's very important to probably, for your sustainability, working with the, government or their own programs, because they have multiple programs. It also helps to kind of, keep them, and maybe they will also support you. And that's happening to some of the projects that we do. And it's very, very important to really look at that. Other agencies, convergence meet, sharing best practices, case studies. So choose how your engagement will continue throughout your program. That will help you to really build sustainability, as well as putting a lot of people together. So moving ahead, this is one very important part that we see. The conceptual framework, like you saw in the needs assessment in the previous one, they clearly said what that vulnerability is. So they had a very specific idea, concept that they went ahead with. One of the most important part is the logical framework and the scheduling. So I'll spend a little bit more time on that, 2 minutes on that. So logical framework, now we also call it as theory of change. So you're going to build something, you're going to assess what has happened. You are going to have strategies for intervention, and then you're going to see what the change is. So logically, how you're going to do, you have your objectives, goals and objectives, you really have to kind of map that, because finally when you measure, you have to be really measuring from wherever you have started. So that's where your logical framework really helps, thinking, activities, putting all that in a framework. Your proposals will actually look at this very, very strongly. So to make your proposal very strong, logical framework, or you can use a theory of change, and this is very critical. So starting from your risk assumptions, so your planned work, how you're going to do it, to analysis, stakeholder analysis, objective setting, risk analysis, monitoring framework. So you build all that into your assumptions itself, then the resources, the activities. Because this is where your matching of your objectives and what you want to achieve, your goals, this has to be very, very important. All right. Then how you're going to look at the intended results. Output, maybe it's a number, how many people you sensitized, purchased equipment, what are these outputs, but then there is an outcome, short term and long term. So you have to really build that very clearly so that I know as a project manager, but I also know as everybody in the team, you can train them. All of us have to be really aligned with it. All right? So your leadership team has to really, really do that. If it requires a longer time of induction, training, just go ahead, because really it's very worthwhile to really spend time on that so that you know what we are all expecting and we are all working towards the same thing. Then the impact, of course, the overall impact you will be measuring. So Gantt chart, I'm sure all of you are very familiar. For young friends here, just to kind of say in your planning, some of the students maybe from management and others, just a way to really see what those, I will show you a small experience with 2 minutes, I will show you that. And the deliverables, clearly state your deliverables. The moment we do that, we are all able to track it, we can kind of review it, feedback, so this will be very helpful. And then, also you can have your, whatever that you're going to have the deliverables. Maybe it is a newsletter, it could be a bulletin, a press release, for them the case studies, the dashboard. You could really see what kinds of deliverables you're looking at. Just a small experience from, sharing from the project supported by ICMR. We kind of designed very clearly the tribal households, and we are working on the universal health coverage in the district of Tumkur. And then we said a formative assessment, what our intervention part is going to be, and how we are going to evaluate, and dissemination and scaling of strategies. So this is how you want to really plan very clearly. Moving ahead, this is your Gantt chart where you're saying preparatory phase, intervention phase, the last phase of your, evaluation as well as reporting. So you will have the activities. So this, if you clearly do it, it helps you to kind of see, build in your milestones. So we have, I've just put it as an annual report here, but you could have different, part, but you also heard about the CSR funding and others. Maybe you want to do a quarterly report, build in your achievable goals as well as your funding, utilization, all that you can build into this. All right. Of late, we are seeing, people want to see more and more of, data to be presented through a kind of a visual ones. So now, young people and softwares are very helpful in creating, what your outputs are. And in a very colorful and a very easy to way understand. I'm sure you see it every day in the newspaper. So get those skills also to your NGOs. Use that because, train your students if you're a teacher here. So, we have to really see how illustrations can be much more explanatory. People can really understand much faster and better. Budgeting is a very important part of that in your proposal building as well as in your actual implementation as you go along. It's a very, in terms of the spread of money, how you're going to do. So I'm just using a sample template here from HCL itself. And so you have materials there. And when you're really doing a project, this is, I'm just giving a small example of HCL, but every project requires a certain type of budgeting sheets and the formats. So I'm sure, your people in the, NGO can really crack it, but sometimes it really takes a long time to, and some partners also help you in doing it, like HCL, and many people help you to really define how they want it, how the utilization happens. Then, actually when it gets utilized, you also have quarterly reports, and you may want to report quarterly. So all the budgeting part is the most critical one as they look at, so understand your activities, your manpower resources, how to really cost it. So this is a very important exercise. You will be doing it, but you also can work with a partner. Majority of the time, the partner will also help you. So, especially in certain ones. If you're, for RFPs, maybe the partner may just look at that. So they may give you a framework, but create your own proper framework where you have a very clear-cut costing that you will be doing. Then you can also have your Gantt chart with your budget. So you could see how, what kinds of things, where that is coming from. For an NGO, you could really build in, various kinds of Gantt chart as well as your budget allocation. And in terms of aligning the team, this is the next critical one. Budgeting as well as the people that budget that you do. Always try and create an advisory board or a guidance or a steering committee. And because the funding partner is also going to be part of at every level, they will support you. So at the planning stage, you may be working with, lead as well as the technical specialities. So all NGOs can't have specialists, professionals. So you may want to have, as a, additional part, for some time, but have them on your board because that's where the information comes. So if I'm doing a health project, in a hospital, then I really want a, doctor who is in the hospital. So just to kind of give a very, broad example. So you want to really see how you want to have these technical specialists guide you throughout. They're not a part of your everyday operations, but, have them, sound it off with them, have them review it. And then, broadly, you may have an M&E, program coordinator, field staff, and at the implementation level. So this, you want to create a work breakdown structure and be very clear about who's going to do what. And the field operations, once you go to, all this is cleared, you're in the field, then the initiation, stabilize the program, standardize, and simplify the work operations. Initially when we go, it is quite chaotic maybe, because, as much as we have planned, I may not have everything, happening the same way. So there may be slight delays like we saw today too. So there will be some part of that. So standardize, simplify, training of the project team, refresher training, and keep your team very well informed on various changes that are also happening. Ongoing stakeholder engagement, record key findings, feedback mechanism, information dissemination. All this is going to happen, but you put those in your plan, in your log frame, in your theory of change. Please track that, do it accordingly. The monitoring and evaluation, you could use different mechanisms. Reporting and feedback system, supervisory visits or supportive supervisory visits, monthly review meetings, MIS, trackers, dashboards. These days, everybody is tech savvy. It is very easy to ramp up all your data onto the trackers. So you could really use dashboards. And then you want to have groups and task force and committees to really go back and do it. So monitoring is one part of it. You may do it ongoing on a regular basis. You may also do a kind of a plan for that. So there is a standards are set, your standards or your program standards. Then you have measuring against and you see where there is a deviation, you want to put corrections. So input indicators, this is where you want to really clearly identify the part of the indicators. How I'm going to measure the inputs, outputs, and efficiency and effectiveness and the final impact. So have these, maybe I have put from healthcare, you may want to see the morbidity rates, the change, the, good things that have happened, or if I'm doing a malnutrition project, how many people got out of malnutrition, came into normal weight. So have those indicators very clearly mapped. Evaluation is one time. It could happen in a cross-sectional way. So you may have a baseline, a midline, and an end line, and an evaluation by a third party. Sometimes build it into your project, especially if it's a long-term program and a project. Build into your project that a third party, because I think the funder sometimes also wants that not only that you measure and you report, which you will anyway do, which is a part of your project, but they also want an external person to come and do the impact analysis. So you may want to build that, because, give some time before you close it, because sometimes the funder or the agency that you're working with may require a third-party evaluation too for the impact analysis. So there are different methods. The same way we looked at the needs analysis, we will be using multiple methodologies to do it. So just to come to the last part of, how do I measure? So if I'm really seeing the input, money, manpower, obviously, the program, organization, activity. So here I have a process evaluation. I could do an audit. Here I will calculate on my efficiencies. Did I, use my funds properly? Did I use my, time and the efficiently? Then the effectiveness. Did my program goal achieve what it really wanted to impact? Did I bring about that change? And what is the amount of change that we have brought about? And yes, you may, when you're doing benefit, cost-benefit analysis. So you may do a lot of economic ones in a certain project. It may be a funder requirement too. So just see what you want to design that for. Finally, coming to the reporting part, most of it is the visible part of your M&E system. And it's very important activity because the data collected, analyzed, but not presented well is of not much use. So also have those reports very clearly, well written. Sustainability, you would have built into it. So capacity is a critical element if it's a public health program or any other program. If the program does not have sustainability or capacity, if once the funder stops the money, if you're not going back, the communities cannot take it over. So as you do a long-term project and a program, ensure that there is, maybe the government program has improved, the people have taken themselves into really managing, they themselves are empowered to continue, they kind of have their own little, teams, associations to continue to work with, because government will have those schemes. So build in sustainability as much as possible, because the funding agency or the funds or you to go work constantly is not going to happen. So eventually you have to put it back to the people who are empowered to really take that over. These are some of the ways that you could really, funding stability, political support, partnership, organization capacity, so you can have various things built into your project so that when you really withdraw from the community and the work, they can really continue to have the, engage. I will just share, how we created. Currently, we are working, IHMA Bangalore is working with, in partnership with UNICEF, and we are a technical partner to accelerate promotion of COVID-19 appropriate behaviors in all the districts of Karnataka. So we started that. We are going to have the project going on till October, and we are working in 31 districts, and we are working with the line departments. So here, it's a very important thing that we are working with the government, there is UNICEF, there are other NGO partners. We are constantly having various kinds of, lining up that we do, and these social behavior change communication specialists and the coordinators are there in all the districts under the RDPR. So it's a large kind of sets of data they are creating. So we are looking at, building the social capacity, and then system strengthening for, communication, working with the, communication plans with all the 5 or 6 departments, line departments, and it's a large one. So we went ahead, maybe I would just use the dashboard, if you can link that. It has to go to the internet. Yeah. So when you really design your deliverables, so here we have a dashboard the government can access, the SBCC coordinators can access, the district and the CEOs of, the RDPR can access. Oh, no. You couldn't link it from the point. So these are some new capabilities, I think, if your organization is doing all right already, so much more, but you could also have, this is a dashboard, which is interactive, which is also, telling everyone. So, I could have an overall, reach that we have done. Can you go to the second part of that? The second one? So we have it, there are 4 divisions in Karnataka, so we give results for 4 divisions. If you want some of the details, we can go to the district-wise activities. So this will show on the district. So as our, coordinators are, reporting to us from the district and they're entering it on the everyday, then it gets accumulated, and we take about 3-4 days to kind of update on a regular basis. So this will help, and it's also very motivating for our own team members who are working that, their information has come on that. This is on the number of taluk visits and other things they do. So we have a very interactive one. Then this is about the capacity building. We're doing hundreds and, many part of that. So this is a very important one. Can you go back to the slide? And yeah, next. Next slide, that's all. Go to the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so we also created a newsletter. So the district level people are also very happy because they are helping, they are supporting, the government people are using it. In their Facebook and others, our SBCC coordinators are also putting various sets of information. So we're working very closely. So use a lot of these communication materials to really work well, communicate, disseminate, as well as have the data with you. Next slide, please. Yeah, so summing up, so we said, preparation, initial assessment, process to be performed for a new project or an ongoing or a different phase. Planning, we said establish the scope and the, understanding the needs analysis, the objectives very clearly, build in your execution plan, along with that, your controlling and monitoring mechanisms that you want to actually do. And then the impact assessments, it could be an end line or it could be you could come up with various ways of actually having, or maybe you have a third party come in and do it. And of course, the project closure, you will be looking at your funds utilization, whether you met your goals and objectives, and then your submit, and then all through this, you will be working along with the funding agencies, along with the key stakeholders, and of course, the two very important stakeholders is your own employees as well as the beneficiaries and the place where you're working. So the people you are working for. So with that, next slide. Thank you. Thank you all for patient listening. So if you have questions, I think anything that you would like to, if there are any questions, I could quickly answer, but if in terms of the time, how we are doing, so maybe yes.
Thank you, Dr. Usha. A huge round of applause, firstly. Ma'am, you have made our job very easy today, because the second half of the day we thought we'll dedicate towards the same, but the comprehensive way which you have present, especially you have touched base upon the theory of change and, the LFA. So these were majorly the things which we thought we'll be covering in the second half. So thank you for making our job easy. Again, a big round of applause for Dr. Usha for giving her valuable time. Before we move on, I have an announcement to make. So there's a card number KA03NA7860. There's a request from the management that we have to remove it immediately because it is parked at the wrong space. I'll just repeat the number of the card. All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. We would also like to give the small token of appreciation, ma'am. So we would again request you to be on the stage, and to do the honors, I would like to invite Dr. Chetna, who is the lead health for HCL Foundation. If you can please join us on the stage. Now please, center of the stage. Yeah, thank you. Also, for the audience information, Dr. Chetna is based out of Bangalore, and she leads the health vertical for the HCL Foundation. So during the networking lunch, some of you might want to have interaction with you. Thank you, Dr. Chetna. Thank you, Dr. Usha, once again for your time. Moving on with the panel discussion. So we have another very interesting, I know we are running right on time, but we'll try and wrap it up as soon as possible. So the next session is our panel discussion on creating impact along with compliances under CSR, and we have with us today, I would one by one like to call upon stage. So we'll begin with Mr. Sri Krishna Sridhar Murthy. known as Krishna. He's the co-founder and CEO at Sattva. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Krishna? Ms. Nidhi Pundhir, she just stepped out for a media briefing, but you have heard her in the morning in the first half. She'll be here joining us this panel. Mr. Rishabh Lalani, who is an independent consultant. I request Rishabh to please join us on the stage. And lastly, Mr. Rohit Bahadur, Partner Social and Sustainability Advisory at Grant Thornton, one of the leading audit firms in India. And to moderate this session, I would request Mr. Nikhil Pant. He also was there during the masterclass, so you all have heard him. So I request Mr. Pant to join us for the panel. I'll just quickly do the introductions for all the panelists we have today with us. Krishna is the co-founder and CEO at Sattva and is responsible for the overall strategic direction, growth and impact of the organization. Over the last decade, Krishna has been working with the leadership of global foundations, social organizations and corporate to design and scale their social impact initiatives across India, Southeast Asia, Africa and Europe. Nidhi, of course, you all know about her. Mr. Bahadur, he's a partner, non-for-profit and CSR advisory, Grant Thornton, as I mentioned. He comes with 25 years of experience in advising clients on governance-related matters, including projects, audit, CSR advisory, pre-grant and post-grant assessments. Rohit set up the non-for-profit and CSR advisory vertical as a separate business unit within the Grant Thornton 6 years ago and has worked with several corporate foundations and international NGOs as a strategic advisor. Lastly, we have Mr. Rishabh Lalani, whose work and passion unite in cultivating meaningful relationships with the non-for-profit sector. And in this journey, he has enabled funds worth INR 70 plus crores from over 150 organizations in the non-for-profit across the range of causes. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear them out, and there's a very meaningful discussion which is going to now happen, and Ms. Pundhir will be joining the panel. So Nikhil, I would request you to please take it over. Thank you.
Robin, if you could just put that particular slide. Thank you so much, Robin. As Anuj just mentioned, the earlier slide to this, Robin. And in fact, if you could just, switch this a little bit so that the panelists could also see these points. Maybe some of you were not there in the beginning. I guess, Rohit, you were there, but Krishna was not there, and maybe Rishabh, I don't know. So this was part of my presentation, Krishna and Rishabh, and Rohit was here, where I tried to present some trends on the evolution or the analysis of the way compliance is evolving. And I thought, let me, keep these 5 mega trends as our points of discussion because of the kind of experience that all of you have and the audience that we have over here today. The idea would be Krishna, Rishabh and Rohit, and then Nidhi could come in and speak from the foundation's point of view as to the way this entire trend or the flow is happening in terms of compliance. And then you heard our sessions since the morning to all the NGOs who are here and maybe some from others who may be CSR professionals. It is imperative for all of us to see the flow, how the flow is going. And if you are able to see the flow, then you know where you are in the flow and can you go with the flow. And often if you do that, you can see where this flow will take you 5 steps down. And then you then know what to do today, how to prepare yourself. So let me begin first by Krishna, because of the kind of work Sattva does, Krishna, and right across the spectrum. And Krishna, and being the founder of Sattva, has engaged with this compliance framework right from day one. I remember when I was in the ministry from 2012 to 17, the Sattva team very closely engaged with us at the ministry. It continues to do that work even today. And Krishna has been leading that outfit. It is a pretty big organization today, but they work with a very diverse range of game players, as I should say, or the stakeholders in the CSR system, while they do other work as well in philanthropy and non-profit area. So Krishna, when I'm seeing these mega trends, and they're all in front of you, the spending is now mandatory. We have a finite time frame to spend. We have been speaking to the NGOs since the beginning that they are also now partners in compliance, not just partners in implementation. We want to convey this very strongly. And then the other two are the role the government is playing. you are very closely working with the NGOs, with corporates and government, all three of them. So nobody is better placed than you in many ways as an advisory role that you play with all of them, and who all are in this as per this evolving flow. So what is the sense that you are getting of the state of maturation of our CSR and the way corporates, the NGOs were in it right from day one, the corporates had to comply, but now government is very actively engaging. I'm seeing you're working very closely with Niti Aayog also. So what is it that you think can be very meaningful for the audience here, so that as they go back from here today, they can also plan and strategize things in a more structured way? The purpose of a symposium like ours here is this, that the NGOs whom we connect in any part of the country, they learn a lot from this session, and it gives them a lot of food for thought, strategically as well as tactically. So I thought we could make a start with you, Krishna. I think I have to press it once.
Okay. Thanks, Nikhil, and pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. Big congratulations to HCL Foundation, Nidhi and team. You know, I've been a big fan of the HCL grant program, the way it's run, the impact it has. So it's great to be here. And also, you know, among friends, a lot of familiar faces and people that we work with. I think at a very fundamental level, Nikhil, I feel if we look at impact and compliance, you know, for all of us, we have to be very clear, especially if you're going to be championing this sector, that impact comes first. You know, no matter how much pressure on compliance happens, doesn't matter. Why we are here is impact, right? It doesn't matter how much compliance requirements are there. It's all part of the process. But we should be fundamentally clear that we are here for impact. Otherwise, you will get, you know, it's that Dharam Sankat moment in Arjuna's life type of stuff, right? You're here for what, right? You're here for impact. Doesn't matter whether compliance is easy, difficult, very difficult, very, very difficult, whatever it is, right? Impact is the core. And I think if we approach it with that mindset, then the rest of the things become, you know, kind of easy. I want to share a few data points to kind of come to the question of how is the maturity happening across different players. And I'll first talk about corporates and then a little bit of the government and then maybe the non-profit, you know, ecosystem, which we all are part of and implementing. One of the data that we recently presented to Niti Aayog, obviously India has spent, you know, the big numbers of 1.2 lakh, crores in CSR over the last 6 years. I'm told that's the amount of GST collection that happened last month, right? So in that context, you know, Indian CSR is a catalytical money, but it's not the end game, you know, from a development perspective. So you're gonna use it in certain, you know, kind of different ways, but it's serious money from a sector perspective. The social sector did not have so much capital coming in such short period of time in a very structured manner before, right? So is that game changing from a sector point of view? Yes. But what is interesting is that the amount of companies that we were able to map using MCI data that are spending more than 2% has increased every year. It started about 8 to 10% in the first year of CSR. It's now somewhere around 23 to 25%, right? So that is a fascinating number because it's beginning to show that there is an actual value that companies are seeing if you do CSR well. I think that's now well established. Anecdotally also, keeping data aside, a very, kind of, you would probably imagine investment bankers are these, hard-nosed guys. And I had a head of very large global investment bank in India come and tell me that CSR is actually one of the good things that the Indian government did, and he's actually quite happy. He was actually, initially he was not a big, supporter of CSR. 6 years later, he's now a big champion of CSR, right? So I think that has started to happen. We see that every day. In the last 12 months, I've been personally involved in new CSR strategy development of, at least 20 to 30 large companies, even small companies, but 20 to 30 large companies, including the ones like National Stock Exchange and, and IndusInd Bank and these kind of organizations, which I think are beginning to relook at how CSR has to be done. And I think we had a few conversations before over coffee. There's a lot more strategic thinking about it because, and that was even in the beginning of the law, the expectation that what the corporate will bring to the table will be not just the money, but a lot more of their thinking into the ecosystem. Sure. It's actually happening. We see that happening on the ground, which I think is a great value, from a positive point of view. What the compliance has done is it's put barriers, to the speed or the way people were executing, and it's tightened, I think, a few things, right? So there is mixed reaction from a compliance perspective. People are happy about, for example, the 3-year projects window is available, 1+3 type of stuff, but also now you have to report on spend, and run behind spend. There's confusion about what is spend, not spend, all that stuff. And what forms to fill, whether the filling of the form actually is in the, in the right format. But again, like I'm saying, if you keep impact at the core and compliance is just part of the process, I think we'll be able to overcome that. And we've seen the initial confusion that happened after the amendments came is settling in, and I think it'll settle even more in a year or so. But impact conversation shouldn't go away. It shouldn't distract us from impact. I think we need to look at it parallelly rather than mixed, Otherwise, in our minds, we'll be muddled, about what this is all about. So in the corporate side, I think it's more positive, in that sense. The government, and it was fascinating to see, the presentation that Nidhi was referring to in Niti Aayog. The MCA was so clear about what they were talking about. I was a big fan of MCA when I walked out of that Niti Aayog meeting, because they were so clear about why the law, what the numbers, And their message was very clear, saying, we are here to make this better. Send us your feedback. We will read every email. We may not respond to every email, but we will read every email. We'll make it better. And we will evolve. They are not saying this is perfect. They're saying that they will evolve. I think that level of maturity and partnership coming from that perspective was great. I think what we need from this ecosystem, the non-profit ecosystem, is a true sense of partnership. The NGOs that we see are doing well in the CSR ecosystem, I think are doing 3 things right. One, they have their programs more scientifically structured now than just structured through how they used to do maybe, before, which was more bottom up. There's a lot more structured thinking in the program design, more data orientation and stuff like that. Second, I think there's a true partnership with the corporate that you talked about. Not just in money, but beyond money, in design, because corporates want to be involved. Corporates don't want to just give the money and go away. They want to be involved. You have to be a partner in compliance. If you're not going to solve the compliance problem, you may have the best design, but at the end of March 31st, you're going to say, I didn't spend the money. In fact, one of the NGOs went and very happily told this CSR customer of ours, saying, you should give us a pat on the back because we saved 10% of the budget. They said, why? Shouldn't have saved. You should have used it in something, right? Or you should have told me 1 month in advance that you're going to save. So, I think it's important to be a partner in design, partner in compliance, in a true partnership between the corporate and NGOs. Till that happens, I think there's going to be a problem. But I think it is happening. Some of the NGOs that are doing very well in CSR are the ones who are really taking that partnership approach and not just a funder relationship with the corporate. If that can shift, the corporate is in the positive spin. Government is here to support and facilitate. MCA is playing a great role. I think it can go in the right direction. There are hurdles, but focus should be on impact.
No, so very relevant points that Krishna just said, and in fact that will lead me to my next question, which I'll ask Rishabh to take up. But here to the audience also, I would just say one thing, because I was in the ministry at that time, and if Krishna is saying that today when he's coming out of the Niti Aayog and he's hearing how clear the MCA is, so please understand the government or the IICA kind of entities are enablers. So if the enabler has clarity, then if we as NGOs, if most of you are NGOs here, are not aware about the dynamics of the game, and which I could gauge in my session in the morning. And we'll have to figure out as to why this is, and I'll maybe, Rishabh, that would be my question to you. So when I'm interacting with NGOs and I'm traveling, while last 2 years we've not traveled, but still the interactions have gone on, what is it that you think could be the reason that this part of the stakeholders is still ignorant, I'm finding? What is it that is keeping them away from reading? Say, for example, you go to the MCA website, it'll take you to e-book of MCA. You don't have to, just go, do some PhD to understand where everything is going to be uploaded. And this is CSR. So their funding is linked with it. So somewhere, I don't know, there seems to be a bit of an ostrich kind of an approach from the sector, or the leaders are not getting their teeth into it to understand how this is evolving, because if the enabler is well structured and more clear, and if the donor wants to complete the spending, then if the receiver is not prepared, then how does it get completed? So my question to you would be on this, Rishabh, and with your working with corporates and NGOs, what do you think could be the reason?
Right. Thank you for having me here. You know, when someone's invested in social change for a few decades, I think they're able to tell their story much better from the side of the people that they're engaged with, right? Whether you call them beneficiaries or whether you call them the community, whatever. I think legislated CSR, right? And from the lens of compliance, I was listening to Krishna, you know, making sense of it, and agencies like Satwa, or, you know, let's say even 5 other, are not enough for a country like India, right? I mean, Satwa can only do so much, probably can engage with 200, you know, MCA can publish it. But how many people are actually able to translate this this information into meaningful content for people to make sense of it where they are? I mean, a large chunk of non-profits in India are hyper-local non-profits, right? They respond to very local needs. There aren't too many large NGOs even translating it to sub-partners. Even an engagement like this, which HCL is organizing, I don't see many funders doing this, right? And ultimately, if the funder has to spend, it has to be through people who have to do it on the ground. So not much effort is being put in ways that local non-profits can make sense of it. The other thing is that funding is also highly skewed. I mean, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, which are some of the most industrialized states in India, probably get more funding, and you'll find non-profits there more responsive to, let's say, the change in laws or the change. But if you have a northeastern non-profit, whom, you know, probably not even aware even till today what the laws are. I mean, till today, on March 31st, I get calls from corporate saying, "Yaar, paisa bach gaya, who do I give it to?" Right? I mean, so there's a lack on this front also, just the channeling of information. That's one end, right? There's also something that I must say, that there's something called the percussionist syndrome. You know, when someone's a musician, right? They imagine a tune in their mind, which only they can understand. And, you know, when they start talking about it to the world doesn't make sense of it, right? Till it actually translates into a percussion or a song, etc., right? What I've noticed, at least on the storytelling front with a lot of nonprofits, is that they understand their story in their mind, right? But being able to translate it in a way that a corporate can understand, who's not probably an executor, and also manage compliance alongside that, right, is something that they're probably not even attuned to doing, right? So when you're not able to focus on the audience in front of you, and you're only focused on the tune in your mind, right, there will always be a gap. And I think that's where a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done in building strength and capacity to be able to see who's in front of you. If someone's looking for compliance and you're telling them about your story of your work, then not gonna, you're talking two different tunes. So I think while impact is first, impact from the lens of who's engaging with you, and from the lens of what their need is, whether it's compliance, whether it's reports, whatever, right? Getting sense of that and talking in that language is very important. That needs to be really built up.
No, I think very valid points, and in fact, that is where I would say that the HCL Foundation Academy is trying to make some effort. And as I mentioned, you know, the next batch is getting launched. Please take all the details, go to the HCL Foundation LinkedIn handles and the other social media handles. I think you should like them, and when the announcement comes, you will get to know. I think today or tomorrow it will come. Because you need to be also plugged into the knowledge dissemination mechanism of, say, a foundation which HCL is trying to do, and we have a very strong faculty. The idea is to also, you know, at some stage maybe to see how we can have people in local languages maybe converting that, because I see that as a challenge, because when you go to the smaller ones across the country, and this is where I would like Rohit to come in, with the expanse of work that you've been doing, Rohit, and with Grant Thornton, and also with HCL Grant for so many years. What is your experience on reading the way this thing is evolving. One is the mandate evolving, and also the way, so while our grant is very structured, and the source code, as Nidhi also mentions, it is pretty clear. What is your reading in the way this sector is responding to the structured approach of a foundation, which is also trying to come, say, to a symposium like this to say that even if you may not be eligible for the grant, a lot of the people came to me during the break as well, and many would also ask this question, but we are here also to capacity build you, because then there is something for you to take away from this session. So what is your thought, Rohit, keeping what we began with and this audience which is here, what is the like your trend, how this has evolved in the last 4-5 years, and what would you like to tell them? How can they make the most of opportunities like this, maybe, for example?
So thank you, Nikhil, and thank you for having me here. I think it's been a little bit of a turbulent couple of years ever since the amendments have actually come in in January 2021. So my sense is that from a positive take, at least these amendments within the corporates have taken the CSR agenda to the boardroom. Right, so there are discussions in the boardroom. It has a more strategic agenda within, within the corporates. However, if you really look at the flow of events, it came on January 22nd, 2021. People were not clear when things are applicable, right? Whether it is, and it was just before the year end. It's brought in a positive spin of good governance. The intent is good of having long-term CSR, etc. But look at the timing of it, right? It came on January 22nd, 2021. It has pushed in things of additional stakeholders like, say, the CFO now getting involved with CFO certifications, etc. And what it has done is then, the FAQs come in, they put in certain other clarifications like that money needs to be utilized within the same financial year. So there has been a scramble at the corporate end and a scramble at the NGO end. And if you look at the Bichara NGO now has to do an ATG and 12A also to be eligible. It's written within the CSR law. Then they come there for FCRA amendments, right? So my sense is that it's been a frustrating year, not just from a pure compliance implementation perspective. So I think we've got the strategy right, but it will take some time for the implementation hurdles to iron out. I don't think it has really affected the grant, because the grant has been a very structured program. Perhaps one aspect of it which has changed is that the time period has been compressed now from the initial 5 years to 3 years to kind of fit into the compliance of a CSR grant. But otherwise, the HCL grant as a program continues to be matured, right? So I don't think the structure of the grant has really changed or has caused anything additional that an NGO needs to do. In fact, I think some of the eligibility criteria have actually become absolutely, and even functional experience has been dropped to 5 years in education and health. And the average expenditure size has also been dropped to make many of you NGOs who are gathered here to become eligible. What the NGOs need to understand is that it is really a 5 crore grant, so a certain capacity is required, to be able to execute the grant. So that's my key takeaway. I do have some very, shall I say, interesting examples of how both NGOs and corporates have really struggled. But I'll reserve that, if I get more time to speak about it. It has put corporates and NGOs in very awkward situations, and I'm sure many of our friends here in the audience have been in those situations. And I think when they come to seminars like this, I think they should interact with people on the panel to make sure that they get some of the solutions which they are to some of the challenges. But the challenges, I think, will get ironed out. I don't know how much time it will take. I think if we are able to do it right, I think in another year's time, we'll get the operational stuff sort of ironed out. I don't think from an intent perspective it's incorrect. I think there's a lot of confusion on how to actually implement it on ground.
Very, very meaningfully put, Rohit. And so, what I'm trying to do is, right from Krishna to Rishabh and to Rohit, now to Nidhi would be an important one that I'll ask, that we all have to understand about this entire maturation of the CSR rollout process and how the compliance has evolved. In fact, Krishna, in the morning when you were not there, I was making my 15-20 minutes of presentation. I talked about, like a psephologist. What does a psephologist do? The trends in election voting. Basis that, you then decide your strategy. So in many ways, while we do data analysis, it is extremely important to do also not the data analysis, but the evolution analysis of CSR. Because then you say how it is evolving and how these, high-level committees have come in, basis some data, and they've brought in some twist to it, brought in those amendments, and then now another form has come out in February with FAQs coming in between. So for all of us, it is extremely important, and let me, tell all of you and assure you, while I have been part of the compliance framework in government and, been part of a grant-giving organization also, but I am part of an NGO. So I also work on a daily basis on the fronts that you all are working. And as somebody in an organization who is aware of the compliance, I know what I should do today and tomorrow. It is extremely important for us to keep that in mind. And therefore now I would request Nidhi to share her views also on, Nidhi, how do you think an organization like HCL Tech, whose CSR arm is HCL Foundation that you head, how did you gear up for all of this? This whole change that has happened from 2021, and in between COVID happened. We all went online, and in fact last year also, if I remember, Robin was saying the participation was quite big also in the HCL grant, and mostly we did it online. How does a big corporation and a big foundation like HCL Foundation cope with such a situation in a very positive way? And in what way you think the foundation has also engaged very closely with its NGO partners? And it was during this period, let me tell you, when the academy and the courses that we do even became stronger because everything was online. So when we hear it from Nidhi's mouth, it will be good to hear as to how corporates are also gearing up to align and to enable. So Nidhi, we would like to hear from you.
Thanks, Nikhil, and it's such a pleasure to be joining such an eminent panel, and I know there's a lot of experience in the room there, already. I'll just, a few things which I've been hearing since morning and the entire environment out there around compliance and everything and so on. Honestly, it hasn't been difficult at all. Absolutely not difficult. Because we've always been and the room is full of, as we call ourselves, social development professionals. There are people who've done their masters in social work, people who have studied economics, people who've studied public health, and so on and so forth. There are management graduates in the room, and, years of experiences here. As long as the core is right, as long as we are out there and we understand the national matrices, we understand the social development, economic, environmental indicators. We are working with a long-term sight. I mean, that's something at HCL, I would say we were always very clear that what is it that we want to address? Where is it that we want to make a difference? And I think one good thing that HCL as a group did was that they actually brought in people from the fraternity, professionals who had been in this space for many years when HCL Foundation was set up. And that I would say is a big win, and let them do what they are no one came and, interfered with our fundamentals and, our principles and how the job is done. So honestly, we need not even bother about, we will be compliant because we know that we are doing the right stuff in terms of making that social impact. We are partnering with absolutely passionate organizations, whatever the direct work we are doing. Also, we have our internal social scientists who are looking at it, and they've kind of chosen that as their career path. 20 years, 30 years. I'm sure everybody decided when they were as young as 15 or 16-year-old that this is the line that they really want to work in. So the point that I am making is that it is a highly professional, evolved space which also needs a good amount of passion. A lot of people have joined this space the other way. They have come from the corporates, they have come from, let's say, the bureaucratic backgrounds, and they've added to the, to the rigor of it. So if I talk about annual action plans, we've always had them in place. Not only annual action plan, we've had 5 years plan in place. How many of you have actually written HCL grant proposals which were 5 years, weren't they, since 2016? And you always made your log frames. We introduced log frames as early as 2015. How many trainings during these symposiums we have done around unit cost? How do you do your unit cost which is aligned to your log frame? So as long as we know that what is our goal, what is our objective, what are our results, what all will entail in terms of strategy, how are we going to measure? Are we talking about institutional delivery, or are we talking about maternal mortality rate? Are we talking about, I can maybe speak more about public health because that's where I come from, but same is this case with environment. We have had such wonderful environment proposals in HCL grant where we've always said, wow, these are the people, they really know their job. They can actually tell us how one bee can make a difference to the productivity in a field. They really understand it and they win the grant. So what I'm trying to say is, let's not be over bothered with these formats. Somebody will come, some bureaucrat will come in the ministry and add another column to it. Somebody will come, change the template completely. But as long as your core is right, which most of our NGO partners, I would say, because they have made their organization with certain vision behind it. They must have taken a huge risk in their own careers to set up. I heard a friend of ours asking that we are not even eligible to apply for anything. Wait, 3 years will not be a long time. 3 years you have enough to kind of do in terms of your building the right base. But we are glad that you've taken that plunge, you've taken that decision, you've followed the calling. Formats will happen, compliance will happen, integrity should be intact, intention should be good. It should be the right intention that yes, we would walk into the slums, we would go to the remotest rural areas, we really want to break the cycle of poverty, because the whole CSR mandate is also about to actually address the huge unmet need that we have in each area. Take up any area, be it environment, education, skill development, livelihood, any area, the huge disparity is there, and that is where CSR was positioned by the government, that corporates can perhaps bring their governance mechanisms, technology, NGOs can bring in their passion, their ability, their technique to do it. Communities can come forward, but all of us have to move ahead. It's about development. It's about getting the indicators, really aligning ourselves there. What is happening is, what I'm seeing is that at times people get so bothered about those compliances and governance that out of 12 months in a year, they end up spending 2-3 months just on that. That's not what is intended, Make your strategy for 5-10 years and just keep it for some, just keep working towards it. Think for 5 years, make your broad frameworks, decide what is your long term, don't do short term, first of all. Doesn't help anybody. Doesn't help anyone. You know, if you go and just construct the school and forget about quality of education, if you just dig a pond out there and forget about biodiversity footprints, community governance around it, CBOs, the exit strategy, sustainability, there's so much to do. Nothing will happen in 1 year, I'm telling you. So think about it peacefully. Think about the capacity to deliver very categorically. We as HCL Foundation, we can only do this much, right? We are 500 people. This is what we can do perhaps for next 5 years. Be clear about it. Convince the board that we will continuously, with stability, we will keep reporting the impact. And that's where I think I would say we are very fortunate in HCL, where we have our own chairperson leading the agenda. I think maybe not all corporates are that fortunate, but we have a very conducive environment. We've also not mixed it up with the ESG agenda. That's another very positive point, that ESG, we know that internal company compliance and what is it that we need to do for communities, people and planet are two different sets of things. We come together, we discuss, we complement each other, but we do not overlap each other. That part we are very clear. So just to sum up, I think we read, you gave us very clearly right in the beginning, we were alert that amendments have come. We were alert that new forms have been introduced. We immediately called our NGOs. We did high-level meetings with the leadership. Our NGOs also, last year was tough on NGOs. I mean, 12A ATG was a huge time, you know, when a lot of them did not have and the funds just stuck. The projects were just hung. That was a difficult time. I mean, if we were asked, we would have perhaps advised the government to go slightly slow on it in phased manner, but it's all done. That part is also done. Now, I think most of our partners are through it. They have 12A ATG, etc. So just to sum up, again, you know what Krishna said, social impact has to be the priority. That's our whole reason of existence here, that we have to bridge this gap. Not only bridge, rather mainstreaming is what we are talking about. Walking together, equity and equality is what we are talking about. The human rights framework, all of us have to remember. The environmental frameworks, all of us have to remember. Compliance will happen automatically. It will.
Thank you so much, Nidhi. And I guess this was very relevant, and I can tell you when these amendments came, please do go to the HCL Tech website and see the CSR policy of HCL Technologies, the new updated policy. And Nidhi and team, they worked very closely. I was also part of that conversation. We all discussed, we took feedbacks from a lot of people, and they were one of the first, if not the first, to update and to review and update the policy, because the moment your policy framework is ready, then other things begin to flow out. So the alertness, as you rightly said, Nidhi, was very important. And I think, you know, before I start taking questions, because we have, I think, about 10-15 minutes left, Robin, Rahul, how much, 10-15 minutes we have? Maximum, because it's 1:43.
I think 10 more minutes.
10 minutes. So because we'll take some questions now, while the mic can just go around. Can we have some questions with the panelists? Because this is your time to ask some key questions basis whatever you've heard since the morning. And please understand that the purpose of whatever we've done since the morning, the sessions, then Usha did her session, Bhomik and I did ours, now this one as well, is to make you aware about this entire dynamics. And as again Krishna said in the beginning, and then Nidhi also re-emphasized, the core is the impact. But you know, as being a sports person myself, I keep telling people that I may be a very good soccer player, but if I don't know the changing offside rule, then every time I score a goal, it will be disallowed. So I need to know the offside rule, but not spend years and time, hours and hours just to read the rule. It should be known, I should be alert to know when the rule has changed. And if it means I need to be, you know, more strategic in my approach to the game, I should plan that and then focus on impact. So can we have, I think we had somebody who raised his hand. Do you have a mic, sir?
Yeah.
If you can just tell your organization and name and then ask the question. To whom are you asking, you can also mention.
Yeah, I'm Venkat here. I'm Secretary Karuna Trust, and we are 2 times finalists for HCL grant.
Oh, okay.
And so this is a question for Krishna. And this entire panel discussion went on the social impact as a centerpiece. But we are in existence for almost 30 years. And social impact is quite long. For example, when you talk about anemia, if I want to reduce anemia, which is 44% of our pregnant women are anemic, and I need at least minimum 10 years program. And none of our partners, none of our corporates or funding agencies, they are not that long term. So what we are today talking about impact, it is not impact. We are talking more of outcomes. And that is where actually we are getting confused.
Very good question.
That is one. And second is even partnership. Krishna again mentioned about partnership between corporates and NGOs and government. This is a partnership. Again, partnership at different levels. For example, there is a matured corporate like HCL, or there is an young corporate. Now, for example, Karuna Trust has some 15 corporates we are partnering. And that partnering, managing that partnership at different level. One is at a very mature level and one is, say, no, I want only this. I don't want this. Give me only for 1 year. Please don't talk about it. So this is where actually we are going through. So if Krishna can...
No, so very, very good questions. And I think, Krishna, both one on the impact and the other on the partnership management, very relevant. And thanks for that question.
Thanks, Venkat, and great to see you here. I think my answer to the first question is, the understanding of the 10-year horizon of impact, not yet. Right? I think, but it's so if you look at evolution, and I think hence evolution is more important. 6 years ago, we didn't even have the law, or 7 years ago, right? Now the law is there. Now the law is getting better. Now there's a 3-year, people have started, I can tell you most of the CSRs are now looking at 3-5-year horizon. So it's an evolution, and recently I was talking to a head of CSR. He was telling me that, in my organization, everybody in the executive committee is VP and above, only I am AVP. I said, yes, but before 5 years ago, wo bhi nahi tha. Right? Now at least you are part of the executive committee and your AVP, and it's a matter of time. You may have a better chance of being the CEO than your finance head, because sustainability and CSR may be the future. So the evolution, Venkat, I feel is moving towards there. There are more and more mature corporates thinking about long term, but not yet. And I, as a impact professional, can say that for a non-profit, corporate is one of the partners. There are other sources and other partners to also kind of bring in. There are foundation ecosystems that are emerging. There are domestic philanthropy is a big conversation in India. I'm right now talking to 2 individual philanthropists who are wanting to spend 1,000 crores in the next 10 years for impact. Individuals, not corporates, right? Because the amount of personal wealth that's getting generated in the country is of significant value. They have no compliance problem, right? And they can actually think more long-term, as legacy. So the source of capital, CSR is a very important source, but not the only source. So how do we, as a non-profit, tie all of these things together and educate corporates over a period of time that you need to think long-term, 5 years, 10 years, I think is going to be important. So it's not yet there, but it's on the way there. And it will happen over a period of time. And whatever data we are seeing, the trends, it's only going to get there. On the partnerships, there is a cost for partnership. We all have to understand partnerships don't happen on its own. People keep asking, because we run a lot of collaboratives now, people keep asking why more people are not collaborating, because nobody is investing in the cost of collaboration.
Yeah.
It takes glue to keep it together. So somebody has to put the glue, and there's going to be, cost of glue. So the partnerships comes at a cost. But the ROI is very high. Any organization, I would love to see the day where non-profits actually have a strong partnerships team, right? Where they're able to kind of make partnerships a core strength and can do it. And some of the organizations, and I'm sure, at Karuna Trust, you're doing it very well in many, many places. If that can be done in a not looking at it as an effort or a bane, but actually a cost of investment, which can lead to better return, I think it will happen better. But you also have to be careful that you don't want to, you have to be smart about it. Don't over-invest in partnerships that's not giving you return, right? So be smart about, taking it along. But without it, again, it's it's a necessary but not a sufficient condition. Partnerships have to happen for impact. I do not think that one ecosystem, one stakeholder, one hero will solve the problems. All of us have to work together, unfortunately.
No, I think very relevantly is a very relevant question and very nicely put, Krishna. And running an organization myself, an NGO, often what happens is this, that because say if you're only dependent on CSR, you have to give 100% utilization and there is no corpus support. So to get those people to have, say, you can't build a partnerships person in a CSR project. So often, the NGOs now have to begin to think on those lines, like Karuna Trust, like Venkat said. And for NGOs, sustainability, it is very important. And this form 10BD, which has just come out, which is showing different kinds of grants or donations that you can access, you have to open out that as well, while CSR is an important piece, but not the only one. So, okay, so yes, we have the lady here in the front, please. If she can get the mic, Lakshana, here if you can. Or maybe if, okay. We have another 5-7 minutes because we're already running late, I know, but...
Which side?
Yes, please. Your name, please, ma'am, and your organization.
I'm Meera.
Meera.
I'm from this organization, Forest First Samiti.
Okay.
We are working on environmental eco-restoration of degraded forest land. So the reason one of the questions, I'm not sure which panelist, but I think, anybody can answer this. Wherever we approach, one of the primary things is that CSR funds are not so much on environmental as a sector, right? Coming from this as a strong background, and in fact, I have a corporate background. I used to be in the corporate world and left it for my passion. So this has been the trend all these years that, whenever we approach CSR, it is always that the sectorial funding for environment is very less. I just wanted to know your views on where is this going,
Very good question again, Meera. And I would request Nidhi to first answer because they're running the Harit program, which is doing some amazing work. Yes. So, and Harit became a flagship a year and a half ago. So what happened within her organization? And then maybe we can ask Rohit and also, Rishabh to give their views, because a key area is environment, the way the temperature is rising and the climate change. So why not the investment?
Yeah, I just had one more addition to this. I think it is from the previous discussion that was there. Now, for people like us, organizations like us, ours is a 5-year window. We cannot look at 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. Of course, we customize our proposals to the effect that, we are catering to a CSR requirement of 3 years. But if you look at it, the real impact would be at least 5 years, right? Having said that, how do you build in these partnerships? Like what Krishna was mentioning, what are your alternate cushioning and backup mechanisms that organizations like ours can look forward?
And your question becomes more relevant, keeping in mind the definition of ongoing projects with 1+3, I guess, is what she's saying. So Nidhi, your
Talking about environment, we are freezing in this room, and Bangalore doesn't need air conditioning. We're coming from Noida. So we should switch off to some extent, save energy. Well said. I mean, and that's something, a genesis we've also gone through within HCL Foundation, where there was this genuine need that our and also, the overall HCL ecosystem, that volunteers and HCLites always wanted to do something which was sustainable beyond just planting saplings, because we all know that, that is not what it means when it comes to climate action. It needs sustainable long-term programs. It needs the right kind of people and teams behind it also, because the whole mindset and the technique of it is very... So, of course, environment is very much a part of HCL grant, and we learn a lot from all the partners, who apply, and we definitely recognize the need in each district of India to work on environment. But since it's an award-winning program, the best application, or let's say the one that is able to win the hearts of subject matter experts and governance partners and sub-juries and jury gets the grant. But then we increasingly realized that we really need to structure it better, and then we launched this flagship program called HCL Harit, where we first started with urban biodiversity, and then we moved to almost 7 states slowly, and the board actually gave us approval for a distinct flagship program around it, where we are focused on indigenous biodiversity. And that is a highly targeted program, I would say, and we are seeing the results very quickly. So we're working with government, we're working on the commons, common water, common air, common land, land reclamation, so on, and source codes are already getting formed. We also saw that within HCL, our funding moved significantly. I think we counted, if I'm not wrong, when we reported this CSR compliance this time against the schedule 3 for the CSR law, because that was no exact schedule which talks about environment, the number. Yeah, that's three, I think. So anyways, there's a number to it also, which is a good news for all. Why I'm referring to that clause in the law is that read that clause carefully, because that's a great opportunity for all of us, even within CSR space. Of course, philanthropists also want to fund that space. Government has also put it on their agenda. 3, I think. Clause number 4. Our which we were working on. So clause number 4 gives us clear opportunity to work on environment. And we actually calculated that more than 13% of our total fund last year, when we did the last year's calculation, this year's will come later, has already gone into conservation work. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, it is shifting. Why, your question was, why is it low? The low is because of dearth of proof of concept, dearth of ability for environment conservationists to come forward and present it in slightly non-passionate but more scientific way, rupee measurable way, that if I do this, this is the result you will get. Because the risk is also very high. For example, if you do avenue plantation, there is no guarantee that these trees will not be cut. Rather, if you went and signed an MOU with the government where you really had a local panchayat as well as the local district administration, corporate, everybody sit around the table and dedicate a patch of land to do mass afforestation work with native species. So it needs a lot of thinking, it needs shift in the panchayat plans, it needs thinking around the urban local bodies in order to work on it in ways where the results will be measurable. The proof of concept needs to be created. So under Harit, we have made that investment. A lot of our NGO, I would say the environment grant partners who have won the grant, they are definitely proposals worth reading. Their work is worth reading. But the issue is, unlike education and health, this space really needs that kind of scientific approach, documentation, and furtherance of the work. And therefore, perhaps few corporates are hesitating, and also encroachment issues. There are risk elements. Half of the water bodies, if I talk about ponds in India, do we know how many ponds do we have? The data is an issue. I mean, Jal Shakti mission has just come forward. But then policy balance, the overall governance around it, the overall whose credits. Now there is a new fight on carbon credits. You grow the trees, who's going to get the credits is the new fight. That's where ESG comes in the picture. Government also wants the credit. Corporate is investing. So there needs to be clarity that if, corporates are going to put their funds in, let's say, afforestation, they're also liable to get those credits, right? So there could be a division. So the direction needs to come categorically also from, so which we are advising, to Niti Aayog and so on. But wherever you are working, you also need to work with your policy people around clear direction. And carbon credits is one big, I would say, attraction, glue. If we are able to make a proof of concept around it and give that formula, many investors will come forward.
I advise one of India's largest climate change funds, so please write to me.
That's a good one. Good answer. Rohit, your take, then Nidhi, you can take that mic.
So I think I'll address the second part of your question around the the project length or duration. The 3 years doesn't mean that your project actually needs to be 3 years, right? 3 years is the nomenclature now from a documentation perspective of your MOU, etc., which was earlier a single year, right? So the idea is that if you develop the right relationship with the corporate, you can break it up into modules. I mean, even earlier, even when MOUs were 1 year, there were NGOs who were working with corporates for multiple years, and they were actually working on the same project. It was just that approvals and MOUs were coming on a 1 year basis. So you have to do it in that fashion. It's not a circumvention of the law, but I think you can interpret the law more in terms of MOU signing and documentation. So you have to go beyond that, and that's the way it's always been, right? And if you have to just approach it in that fashion. Yeah.
So thank you so much. So while we have very little time, so I'll just a second. So because we've already got some messages, you've got a pad and a pen in your this thing, na? Write your questions in a piece of paper also. What we'll do, Bhomik, is that as these symposiums build up, we'll create a data bank of question answers or FAQs so that each one of you gets the answer. Because time is going to be limited, let's use a bit of technology as well. So I would like to now, just kind of end this session, and thank you so much, Krishna, Rishabh, Nidhi, and Rohit. It is very important, and I think I would just like to mention it because I've just seen the way Harit has evolved in Nidhi's portfolio at HCL Foundation. What I would also like to advise NGOs, suppose if I'm an environment NGO, Meera, and you're from the corporate sector, also do one thing, check out who are the people manning the function or womaning the function on CSR in the environment in that organization who may be ready to understand your language. So I remember Nidhi also recruited people and they have an entirely different vertical. Because then your language would be understood better by the concerned person, and maybe that will help quantify the outcomes which Nidhi says is also required for them or anybody to fund. So I guess the takeaways were quite amazing, and I got to learn so many things which the panelists said. And Rishabh has already said that you can write to him and he would be happy to kind of explore or even guide you how to go about it. I guess, yeah, thank you so much to everybody. Robin, you have any kind of, we are ending, we have done. Any mementos to the, so I need to be. So Anuj, over to you, Anuj.
Thank you so much. Firstly, a big round of applause for our esteemed panelists. I'm sure it was a very, very insightful discussion. In fact, we've been hearing this discourse for the last 7 years, and there's a very interesting session again lined up post-lunch. So whatever you have heard from this panel, you'll be able to relate from our past winners who are actually going to talk about the compliances and how this whole practice they've been able to convert and materialize and been able to prove their work. So a big round of applause for the panelists. May I request the team to please felicitate our panelists for the day. Robert, can help me? Yeah, please.
I am supposed to do the felicitation.
Josh, I request you also to please join.
This is the
Nidhi, I request you to.
online, offline version confusion. We've all gone out of physical events.
Yes, Nidhi, please.
Maybe I'll start with Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you, Krishna, once again for joining us for the panel session. Thank you, Mr. Rishabh. Thank you, Rohit. And a big thanks to Nikhil and Nidhi for being a part of the panel. So I request all the panelists to please group together for a photograph, and then we can disperse for the. All right, I know we all are hungry, so we can now break for the lunch. Just a small announcement. So lunch is arranged in the basement 1. So our volunteers from Christ University and HCL Foundation team members will be helping all of you till basement 1. And we request each one of you to please be back in the room by 3 sharp. Thank you.
Session. Hope you all had a nice lunch, and continuing this discourse and the discussions, we have today with us our proud HCL grant recipients who are now going to share their experiences of going through the annual cycle of the HCL grant, where they have gone through 7 stages of selection process, and they have competed against thousands and thousands of applicants, and they reached till the jury round, and they are today the winners of HCL grant from the Bangalore region. So we are also proud to say that all these 3 recipients of HCL grant, we have 3 thematic categories: environment, health, and education, where we award HCL grant, and all these 3 representatives whom we have with us, they represent all these 3 thematic categories. So without wasting much time, I would like to now invite our next panel. First of all, I'd like to invite Ms. Archana Tripathi. Ms. Archana is the CEO with Sahas, and they are the winners winner in the environment category of edition 6, 2021. So Archana Tripathi is the CEO of Sahas, a non-for-profit organization which works in the field of solid waste management on the principles of circular economy. Established in 2001, Sahas is an organization that has a strong implementation focus and works with all the stakeholders in the solid waste management ecosystem to establish scientific and holistic systems. Sahas also works in urban as well as rural areas on all aspects of solid waste management, from awareness and behavioral change, capacity building, providing technical inputs, monitoring and supervision and support. We welcome you, ma'am, on the panel for the panel discussion. Now next we have Dr. N.S. Senthil, who is the winner of HCL Grant Edition 7 2022 in the health category. So he is the Chief Executive Officer of the Association of People with Disability. He holds 23 years of experience in the field of rehabilitation and owns 16 journal publications for evidence-based practices, 2 copyrights and 2 intellectual properties. So we welcome you, Dr. N. Senthil, for the panel discussion. Now last but not the least, Ms. Pooja Marwa. She is the Chief Executive Officer with Child Rights and You, and Child Rights and You is the winner of our Edition 7 HCL grant winner in the education category. Ms. Pooja Marwa and her organization believes that children are the very foundation of every nation's growth and development aspirations. It was this belief that fueled her passion for children's rights and inspired her to become a full-fledged part of the social sector in 1994. We welcome you, ma'am, for this panel discussion, experience sharing panel discussion. Now I'd like to invite our moderator, Mr. Anush Srivastava. So Mr. Anush Srivastava is part of the HCL Grant team, and he's currently holding the deputy manager position, and he is the one who takes care of the entire partner engagement portfolio for the HCL Grant and has been instrumental in all our symposiums, and he has been our anchor for all our symposiums. Thank you, Anuj.
Thank you, Robin, for that kind introduction. A very warm welcome to all the winners, and congratulations once again. Can we have a huge round of applause for our previous recipients? So that's one attempt which we try and do in each of our symposiums we have been hosting for the last 7 years. And today is the 8th consecutive edition, the first symposium we are hosting in Bangalore. We try and bring in the previous recipients of HCL grant to share their experiences of going through the due diligence cycle, going through the HCL grant annual cycle, competing against thousands and thousands of NGOs, reaching to the level of top 45, where the field level due diligence happens, then coming down to top 30, where these NGOs are featured in that coffee table book, which Ms. Pundhir was talking about in the morning, and then competing from those projects, coming down to top 9 NGOs, and finally the jury selects them. So many congratulations on winning the HCL grant. So this session will broadly be about the experience sharing of our previous recipients. They'll be sharing with you and will be helping you drafting the application, those who are of course eligible for HCL grant. So coming down straight away to the discussion. So I'll start with you, ma'am, Pooja ma'am. We've talked about the changing perspective at the board level while the due diligence was happening for CRY in year 2020, if I'm not wrong. So what is it that has really changed at CRY's board level?
Thank you. I know. Sorry, just a second. Yeah, what I was talking about was that it was, one does apply for many grants, and so much of it is actually done via documentation. But I think the conversations that this particular process has with board members, with, for example, me, about the kind of board governance processes, I think it worked very well for CRY, because you can imagine we are a 40-year-old organization. We have a fairly well-established governance system. But this process made us realize that, there were some things where we were not up to date. We didn't have, for example, a conflict of interest policy at our board level. And for us it really worked because those thoughts got planted. And the board then started looking at and has put subsequently in place some of those policies, or at least has begun to discuss, with boards sometimes even discussion beginning can be a big step. Until they, finally are also willing to stick their necks out and say, we can sign on to this. And of course, there is a need to, the role it plays in catalyzing the thought. Obviously, eventually the form has to be the organization's own. It will not eventually be, we have to answer all 20 questions. It will be form specific to us. For example, in our case, I think there is a huge fear in the board that we shouldn't try to become too rigid, or our model should not be the corporate, right? Because it's very different. The whole motivation to be a board member is very different. So, yeah, I think that was, at least for me, has been, I've given you one example, but there are at least 2 areas where, yeah, and I think the other thing that happened, and someone else said that, was that previous work that we had done on, for example, having an inclusiveness policy paid off. So I think this is my urging to everybody. We applied for this grant at least 4 times. And you have to keep at it, and you have to, what pays off is things that you anyway must do for your organization. Yeah, not, sort of discover that, we don't have this.
Thank you, ma'am. Before I move on to Archana, ma'am, just a connecting question. Since so you were also talking about, and we have been talking about with the teams at CRY, that it was a tested theory, and how the project itself had provided you the opportunity to scale the kind of project which was awarded to CRY. So do you want to quickly touch base on that front?
Yeah, very quick. CRY is, I don't know the word they use, ideology, but our vision and our mission is to try and constantly look for communities that we feel have been multiply marginalized. So yes, there are people are marginalized by economics, or they are marginalized by economics arising from caste, or whatever. And in this case, we really found we had found the Bedia community where we had worked with people who were, they were not just a classified as a criminal or denotified tribe, but they actually, sex work has become a traditional habitat. So they really pushed to the corners of our society in every way. And we had managed with our own money to have a very small project. So the HCL grant really gave us a chance to flesh out what we had managed to do with, 2 villages. We are able to take it to 20 villages. And more importantly, be able to fund the small things that we had tried out. So we are hoping that at the end of these 3 or 5 years, we will have a working model that helps us understand what works and what doesn't work in communities where the marginalization is so internal, right? Nobody's pushing this community externally. It is an internal marginalization. This is what I have to do. This is what my fate is. I have to make my own child into a sex worker. So, yeah, I think it's a huge opportunity for us to test that out in this larger space and actually create a model that we can use across the country.
Thank you, ma'am. Just adding on to that, within the span of 1 year, more than, I think, 500 children from the community have been enrolled in the child activity centers. So that's the kind of effort which is currently happening on the field, and we are looking forward for the partnership for next 5 years and hoping that we would be able to mainstream the community. Moving on to Archana, ma'am, we talked about the institutional grants and how this whole wiring becomes really crucial, very important while such due diligences happens. One of its kind is HCL grant, and of course there are other institutions, other corporates, other international donors who might be working on similar lines. So in your experience, how has that wiring been very helpful, positioning your message very clearly to the field assessors that really enabled you to reach at the level of top 3 and finally win the grant?
Thanks, Anuj. First of all, I'd like to thank HCL Foundation for having these symposiums pre-grant application, because when we were applying last year, that is in 2020, we forced some of our senior members, including myself, to actually attend these. And there we got some of the pointers on what should and shouldn't proposal. So one of the things, one of the previous winners told was, go for a scale up. This is a large, big grant. It is not for trying out small things. It is for something which you're sure you can do. Little bit of innovation is okay, but something which this grant will help you scale up and replicate. So that was always in our mind, that what we pitch should be something we are very confident of doing at a large scale. So so these symposiums are very important, and it is always good to talk to previous winners, learn from their experiences, and that helps us in putting our thoughts and our strengths forward as we face the jury and the due diligence process. Specifically coming to the due diligence process, it is intense. As you will see, there are 7 steps. There is a focus on the program, but there's a lot more focus on the organization. And that is mainly because, being a large grant, the corporate which is funding needs to have the confidence that the NGO which is receiving it will use it in the right manner, has the strength to be able to use it in the right manner. Sahas basically is a 20-year-old NGO, but in the last 5-6 years, ever since the CSR rules came up, we have been seeing a lot of growth. The sheer number of projects we have taken up in the last 3-4 years, the size of the team has suddenly grown. So over the last 3 years on our own, we were building in a lot of practices internally, internal organization, governance practices. So we put down a board policy, we put down a detailed staff manual talking about conflict of interest, inclusion, diversity, all kinds of stuff. Then a detailed procurement policy. We were still, when the grant application came, coming up with our HR policy. So I feel that these things, and a lot of questions, GT had a big form which we had to fill up, especially in the 3rd stage.
Rohit is just sitting on the front row.
So we were kind of happy that we had done a lot of pre-work, and that helped us. And like Pooja said, there were gaps which came out from that, those filling up those forms. the entire organization, senior team needs to be involved. The board needs to be involved if you have to win this grant. So there's a lot of work that needs to be put in, clearing this due diligence, which doesn't happen with other CSR partners in this detail. So while winning the grant was our aim, but even if we hadn't won it, the whole process that we went through, the gaps that we identified and were able to fill, that itself I feel was pretty rewarding. So whether you win it or not, just go through the process. I'm sure it will be a rewarding experience for all the NGOs that are part of it.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a connected question quickly. It just clicked my mind. Since you talked about the 7 stages, so do you also want to talk about that at each stage, how have you witnessed the efforts were improvised of the team which were closely involved in drafting the proposal, or ensuring that while the field level due diligence was happening, explaining the entire concept to the field assessors. Yeah. So do you want to talk about that evolution which has happened at each of the stages?
Yeah. So while we pitched our proposal, like in 2020 August, Sahas was working in about 20-25 gram panchayats, helping them set up solid waste management systems. The project which we pitched to HCL was 145 gram panchayats, so which was a huge scale up that we were pitching. And then when the stage 2 we cleared, our abstract was accepted, and then we submitted a detailed proposal. When the actual field visit happens at stage 3, and you need to convince a team that you are capable of executing this. So that is when a lot of questions started cropping up in our mind, that how do we convince the field person and this team to whom we are presenting that we have worked in such a small scale, so to say, how will we be able to execute this large project? So then we put our growth path. We said, okay, 5 years back, this was the funding we got. Now we are here, so you can see the trajectory. Earlier we were in 3 states. In 4 years, we have come up to 11 states. So you can see the trajectory. So all this data was there somewhere, but it was not in one place. So it was only when the field team person started questioning us on these things that person who is doing our field assessment, that team has to go and convince the sub-jury. So they need to be first convinced. So they asked us a lot of such questions. And then we would go back, and then also on diversity, they said, okay, what is your male to female ratio at senior management level? What is it at mid-management level? What is it at field staff? We had the overall data, but we didn't have this breakup. So we need to go back to our HR system and get that breakup. So there was a lot of learning, and now that has been institutionalized. Today, if anybody asks us all these questions, we have it like that in our tools. So these are self-discovery that happens when you want to convince somebody else that you're good enough. So then you bring out all this thing. Then there was also this aspect of, in our proposal, as well as I think HCL grant also appreciates it, that you're not setting up parallel systems. You are working very closely with the government, and you are setting up different states. So we also had to prove that yes, we are working closely with the government. So we did set up interviews with the rural department staff who was supporting us. So there again, the networking that you have built as an organization is very important, and you should be able to give evidences for whatever you are putting in your proposal. So whatever we put in the proposal needs to be something which we can show evidence of. That was the other thing that we learned as we went through the stages, to be able to show evidences of whatever was required.
Absolutely agreed. I mean, absolutely. Very rightly pointed it out that that's one discussion and deliberation which happens, at the HCL level while we discuss the cases who eventually reaches the top 50 level. That how important it is for the team to come together before even drafting the application, before even writing the proposal. It's very important to brainstorm with the team members. What is this project? How is this project going to look like down the line 5 years? What kind of parameters should be? So I'll come back to the parameters, because that is again one very crucial area where we help NGOs to kind of focus more while they are drafting the application for HCL grant. Moving on to Dr. Senthil, our very fresh winner of HCL grant of 2022. Firstly, many congratulations for winning the grant. So we have been discussing again, during the due diligence process, that's the first time APD as an organization has witnessed that, each of the departments had gone back and came together with the set of policy documents or whatever the compliance requirement was during that time. So how was that experience of the 250 days due diligence?
So thank you for HCL for giving this opportunity to present over here. Before I start my answering the question, I would like to say that I remember Darwin's quote, which says that it is not the strongest species, nor the most intelligent. It is the one which is adaptable to the change, is the one which survives. So this application is also similar to that. APD is a 62-year-old organization. But every time when we look into a pitching or when we look into a proposal, we think that we are something new, start afresh. That is what we usually will approach. And I would encourage more and more NGOs to do that, because as many of us said here, it is not about the winning, it is a process which actually makes you more stronger. Talking about this year HCL grant, as all of you know, it is more of an virtual mode, online mode. Okay, there are only two questions. There is yes or there is no, nothing in between. If it is a person-based evaluations, you have chances to negotiate, chances to justify, whereas here it is yes or no kind of a thing, which is actually taken us very challenging to look into it. And as an organization which is sustaining for 62 years, we have everything, but everything is in different places. So we pulled out in one place. And I could say that at the end of the HCL grant, we are actually have everything under one place as a central repository now. So that has helped us in many ways, because you see that after we got this grant, and APD is really fortunate to say that now our turnover time to actually reach out to a donor and produce all the due diligence on time within the first shot is very, very high now. And we are fortunate to say that within the last 3 months, we got almost 3 scale-up proposals worth of almost 20 crores. So that is really thanks to HCL, because that has given us the confidence to say that we are there, we are in place, and then that confidence was really built up by HCL. So thanks for the process and bring everything together.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil. While we were having the pre-panel discussion, we talked about the challenge which you as an organization had faced in the previous years, that wherever you have approached, people have mixed up health and disability. So do you want to touch base on that front, and what kind of support and what kind of understanding have you received from HCL side during the due diligence process from the assessors?
Yeah, I remember when I informed my board that we won this award, they congratulated and then they said it is on the health category. Why? Because you see that as an NGO working in disability space, many a times when we approach CSRs, they will say that we give for health, but we don't give for disability. So there is no disability theme, because if you look the theme in a larger way, health is there, and again skilling, education and environment. But there is no theme such as disability. But when you look into the understanding, that is where actually we felt that we could able to compete among different NGOs, and we could able to get health category award. In that way, we are actually very proud. And again, now we can very well say, go and demonstrate that, okay, disability is nowhere away from health. It is part of health, is what we wanted to say. So for that, really, we're thankful to HCL.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil. Coming to the second part of my questions, I just talked about the parameters, which again are very crucial while we look at the application process. And once, in fact, the project is awarded, how do we keep a track of the performance, that how the project is actually running on field or getting implemented on field. So this is an open question, and I request all three of you to kind of look back and answer this particular thing. So there are clear 6 parameters, which is relevance, innovation, replicability, sustainability, financial modeling. So these are some of the parameters basis which we apply the lenses while going through the applications. So in your experience, which are those areas which you have kind of put in the application considering these parameters? So anybody can start.
Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, as rightly said, I feel this proposal is more like a research proposal. When I say research proposal, you see that you need to have everything with you, a kind of an evidence to justify what you put it over there. And again, as we said, it is one is relevance, second is you need to have an innovation component to it. You cannot actually do the same thing more and more. And again, whenever we put something in the answering the question, we asked ourselves few questions: how relevant it is, and number two is it a sustainable way what we are talking about? Is it something replicable, which is scalable? Kind of a question we start, the team when we put together, we ask this again and again to see whether we are relevant to the project. That is something which we looked into it at multiple areas. And what is another challenge thing I would say is that, for NGOs, storytelling is something very easy. But if you want to say something for 50 words, is something difficult. So that is where actually, like, every question you see that has got a kind of an word limit. In that case, what is most important, I would say, is that you need to pick up the keywords. What do you want to say? You want to say in a way that it should be comprehensive, it should be precise, and it should meet within that 50 words or 100 words count. So that is something difficult, but again, it is worth doing it. Because like I also just mentioned during my lunchtime that it is almost like an IIT exam. It is not a grant which you submit and then wait for results, sometime you come. So there are minus marks, there are plus mark kind of a thing. So in that way, I felt that we all felt that it is almost like an exam. And I remember a quote again saying that success is not owned, right? It is rented. Particularly in HCL stage, it is rented at every stage. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. It is rented up to the 7th stage where you will be announced, then only your actually success is with you. All otherwise, the 7 stages actually, like, it's a process, and it is not owned.
Thank you for that. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you. Actually, I'd like to talk a little bit about sustainability, because to me, at CRY, that is something that's very dear to our heart. I think there is a lot of consciousness that communities we will need to transfer power to the communities. That in the end, true sustainability is going to come if they actually transform the way they think about their children, right? And the way they act for their children. And the other pillar of sustainability is clearly the government system, right? We are not going to be, as civil society, we have to be very conscious that we are not going to be running these things forever, right? You're going to have to keep getting money and keep running those things. But how do you create change that will sustain, that will have funding actually for its work from the government system, which people get from the constitutional rights as citizens. So I think those focusing on that and constantly having to think about it in this proposal or in the work, right? Like, I'm looking at the review of 1.5 years later. I'm happy about the children being mainstreamed into schools, but I know I need to focus on the CBOs right now. I need to focus on parental attitude, because until I can transform that. So I think constantly asking that question of sustainability, not just at when you're writing the proposal level, but building it into how we are. So, at the end of 5 years, what do we want to see? We want to see a thriving ecosystem where the schools are working, communities are sending the girls to school, and girls are wanting to be in school. So you're going to have to work on those sustainable pieces. The other one I thought was a brilliant one, honestly, was the whole, the return on investment, right? And it's kind of triggered off this whole thinking in our brains.
Financial modeling part.
The financial modeling has triggered off for us, for example, that in many ways people say, oh, rights-based work, yeah? The CRY's work is rights-based, which means you can't see visible children sitting there wearing pretty uniforms, right? The children will go to government school. So when we started looking at that, we started asking ourselves, how do we calculate the multiplier, right? What is the impact? If I do this, so much gets added of government resources, And this is what you actually get. So I think the realization even for us on how cost effective our model actually is, that in terms of the number of children that, and it's interesting that CRIS started looking at, and we realized this in our funding conversations, it's very powerful to talk about how the money returns. You know, and we shy away from this as a sector. We have this whole thing ki hum to kahani bolte hain, don't ask us these finance stories. But it's so important, right? You know, what we pay for, how long do we pay for it? Yeah, and how its returns come because sustainable change happens, because you activate other sources of money. It could be a scholarship. It could be, you know, but you need to acknowledge and count it. So I think that has been, so these are the two things at least for me.
Not just enabling the ecosystem, but also looking at the multiplier effect.
Looking at the multiplier effect
in the longer run.
of the kind of work, because, you know, very often we have this argument about people saying, yeah, no, but we are required to run schools if there are no schools. Yes, you're required to run schools, but what's the ROI? Like, what are the multipliers there? You're going to have to keep running the schools. You know, if you decide to fund it yourself as an alternate system, you'll do it forever.
That's a key takeaway for me, at least today. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
One quick point I'd like to say, for us it was scalability of interventions, because from the last 5-6 years, maybe ever since Swachh Bharat mission started, we are hearing of the single stories that us gaon mein bada acha ho raha hai, Indore ke paas ek gaon mein, ya Ambikapur mein waste management is very good. But these were all small pilots which were kind of running even in Karnataka. Our own interventions, like I said, were 1 and 2 in different states. So for us, this opportunity was to scale up and showcase that it can happen at a large scale at district and block level. So that is what we wanted to prove. And while we started doing our budget calculation, we realized that the same model that we use for a 2-village or 3-village pilot doesn't work if you do 145, because you cannot multiply the cost that many times. So there was also an efficiency in our execution that we had to build in. And this again, we were showing to the person who came for the field visit. See, when first time I started, I had a team of 5, but I was doing 1 gram panchayat. Today with a team of 20, I'm able to do 145. So that is how our model has improved over the years. And with this grant, what we will be able to showcase is how we have attained scale with a more efficient kind of, so that is your return on investment kind of economies of scale. So that is why this scalability was also more important for us to demonstrate. So when you make your proposal, think of all this and build in these components, because doing a small project is intensive, even for the senior management's time, your HR, everybody will be burdened. But with the same effort of your support systems, you will be able to do a larger impact if you go for bigger grants. So that is how it works.
So a lot of homework needs to be done. All right. Robin, how much time do we have? Because I was thinking for the videos to be showcased for the projects. Yeah? All right. So then I will ask the last question after that. So, okay, we'll be showcasing the video documentation, which is one of the important steps during the due diligence process, and once these NGOs reaches at the level of sub-jury or the jury, how do we document the entire project? So we can begin with possibly Cry. Sure.
India generates around 26,000 tons of plastic waste every day. Though the larger part of it is from cities, the amount of plastic waste in rural areas is rising exponentially. Due to no waste management system at village level, it is mostly burnt in open or dumped in the water bodies, resulting in water, soil and land pollution. Sahas, a Karnataka-based NGO, works towards managing waste in a scientific and holistic manner, primarily by bringing behavioral change in order to remove the stigma attached to it. To make this happen, it generates awareness among people and provides necessary training to the staff and other stakeholders at Gram Panchayat, Taluk and district level. Then source segregated waste gets collected from each household, where the wet waste is composted and dry waste is further sorted for recycling, which in long run improves the overall health of the environment.
The core vision is to see India become a circular economy where waste is not treated as waste, but it is treated as a resource. So what we believe in is if waste is treated at source, 90% of the waste can be converted into a resource. The kind of waste that started getting generated in the villages over the last 5-6 years is largely plastic. You have food packaging, you have shampoo packets, you have detergent packets, everything comes with plastic packaging. And the village traditionally doesn't know how to manage this. The dry waste, which is largely plastic, cannot really be handled at a village level. So to become viable for this whole system to work, the plastic waste to reach the recyclers, you need aggregation, and that needs to happen at Taluk level. The state of Karnataka is going ahead and doing large-scale implementation across all the 6,022 Gram Panchayats in Karnataka. So through the HCL grant, Sahas would like to work very closely with the Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department and showcase a large scale, this model in a geographically large spread out area, which is our entire taluk. We will be working around those 4 taluks and ensuring that all the waste from the villages reaches these aggregation centers.
So that's the kind of impact Sahas is aiming to create with support from HCL grant. So once again, many congratulations.
With their spirits soaring, every evening these injured but courageous people show up here to challenge their fate. This unique rehabilitation institute at Jeevan Bhima Nagar, Bengaluru is a vision of the Association of People with Disability, or APD, an NGO that's transforming the lives of underprivileged people with disability since 1959. Spinal injury rehabilitation is considered the costliest ailment due to the associated secondary complications which result in premature death. APD noticed that poor safety precautions during livelihood activities like tree climbing, electricity pole climbing, construction work, and at times unfortunate road accidents lead to 1.5 million cases annually, where 78% of the cases come from rural India alone, and therefore began Spiral Injury Rehabilitation Program in the year 2001.
We have a unique philosophy called the E3 philosophy, which enables, equips and empowers a person with a disability. We have a comprehensive model, which is actually called as a community-based rehabilitation model, catering multiple services starting from physical, social, psychological, assistive aids and appliances, accessibility, bladder bowel management, sports and recreation, as well as a community reintegration. That's how this program becomes unique. The HCL grant proposal is a scale-up proposal where we are actually reaching out with 14,885 villages, impacting 2,962 persons with spinal cord injury. Along with that, 33,924 different stakeholders will be reached out to actually build the ecosystem to rehabilitate people with spinal cord injuries.
So that's the level of detailing which has been done at the APD level. Do we have the next one?
These are the narrow lanes of a Bedia village, which lead to nowhere, especially for its women and girls. Bedia community has historically been known for its engagement in thievery and knavery, and stigmatized for engaging its women in commercial sex as a source of livelihood. Today, young girls in the age group of 10 to 15 years are most susceptible to be pushed into commercial sex by family and are at multiple risks and vulnerabilities. Child Rights and You, famously known as CRY, has come up as a ray of hope in otherwise bleak future of Bedia tribe. CRY has been working in 8 Bedia villages of Bhopal, Raisen, Vidisha and Rajgarh districts for the past 4 years to help these children to pursue education in order to find alternative ways to lead a dignified life.
CRY, Child Rights and You, is an Indian organization that was created in 1979 in order to ensure the rights of all India's children. In this particular time, CRY is looking at communities that have been traditionally marginalized and ostracized, and the traditional occupation, unfortunately, has got defined as commercial sex work. Therefore, what happens to the children is they see no other future for themselves. They see the future either as a commercial sex worker, or for the boys, they become facilitators as pimps and shopkeepers in that area. For this project, we want to replicate the work that we have done with us.
Some technical glitch. Okay, we shall get going. Thank you. Okay, coming to the last part of this panel. So, some key takeaways for our audience. Firstly, a round of applause for all the winners. So, that's something which you have witnessed, the kind of detailing, the kind of uniqueness these projects have. And that's what I think all the 3 panelists sitting over here were talking about. That even before we start penning it down the idea, we all should be coming together to discuss on the idea. So some key takeaways for our audience today. So again, to all 3 of you. Since many of them are going to be the first timers for HCL grant, many of them are going to be repeated applicants for HCL grant.
I think just reiterating that, think about what you know how to do, what you've tried, and see how can you use this very precious grant to actually scale up or utilize an idea that you think works at scale, right? You've tried it in a small place and maybe it works. So I would urge you to do that. I think the other thing that I really liked, and I think Archana brought to us really the whole idea that understand that scale doesn't necessarily mean duplication. It's not like you're going to take one thing and clone it, right? That scaling can mean that you can get economies of scale on the resources you have created. It struck me as she was speaking about CRY's COVID experience, right? We are not an emergency rehabilitation organization. We hadn't done food aid for 25 years. But when that situation was there and you need to do it, it is the resources that you have and the skills that you have that can help you do that. And you suddenly realize that you can do 200% of what you thought you could. So I think to me, that was like a huge takeaway, I think, that you should all think about. Don't get caught in, it's cost me X to do 20 children, so it's going to cost me X into 10 to do that much. Yeah. So for me, that was like a huge takeout.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, the first thing that you need to get your abstract accepted. So how you, like he was saying, you have very few words to express your idea. And there you need a team to help you. So typically in our organizations, we don't have too many people making proposals. So it is left to one person, okay, this lead has come, you make a proposal and few ideas. But here, while you're pitching for HCL, get your entire senior team, people who have ideas, come together and fill in those 20 or whatever words, 50 words, I think, in which you have to. The title is important, what you put in that small set of words is important to go to the next stage. And every stage will have its challenges. So for us, it was looking from the other side. What is it that the person evaluating us will be looking at? And then how do we then try to meet their expectations? So it is also looking at what is expected. Why is this only this short? And what is it that the person reading it would want to take away from that? So a lot of effort needs to go into filling up these forms and the presentations, field visits. It is intense. Be prepared for a long and tiring journey, but very rewarding journey. Yeah, so a journey worth getting into. Yeah, so that is my
a journey worth, I would say.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I would say that it's not about what you do. Why you do is what is most important in any proposal pitching. And how you do is also very important as a process. So that is something important. And at every stage, as we all said, every stage definitely requires a dedicated team effort to actually succeed in that particular stage. When you talk about the first stage, filling up the application itself, because if you see that we have been following up the first stage to the second stage, there are a lot of dropouts because the application is not completely been filled. Okay, so if you look into the second stage where actually you talk about submitting your abstract, the most important thing is definitely title. The second important thing is a summary, what you do, and then you need to actually have a complete blueprint ready even at this stage, because that is what is going to take you to the third stage of where you are actually going to a detailed proposal. When you go to the detailed proposal, the most important thing is that you need to have everything ready before you submit it, because it's an online application. I remember in APD, we started on one Saturday. We started at 8 in the morning and completed at almost 8:39 in the night. And we didn't actually, one stretch we did it with four of us completely doing it. So you need to have everything ready when you actually go to the third stage to say that, okay, all the documents are ready kind of a thing. And like that, every stage has its own significance. When you go to the fourth stage where actually you have a field visit, you have the 2 days or 3 days time will be given. Within the short span of time, you have a lot of things, but you need to choose that what you wanted to actually show it to them, where you want to take them, and how you want to actually pitch for your project is something important. And again, the fifth stage, when it comes to the sub-jury round, you see that though there are representatives of HCL, at one point of time, they are going to advocate the cause what you are doing. In that case, making them understand about a project becomes very, very significant, particularly at the sub-jury stage. And because they are the one who is going to advocate for the cause of the project, what we are actually going to do. It's not you, it's not we who are actually doing it. In that case, it's very important for you to actually make it more simple at the same time. It is understandable they have to carry it for us. Again, when it comes to the due diligence stage, yes, definitely we need to be transparent at the same time. It's a learning process where, yes, this is there, yes, it is not there, and what we can actually learn out of it is very important at the due diligence stage. So that every stage requires some kind of a dedicated, focused effort. And again, in our case, I remember that we picked up people at different strengths, where actually one person is very good at budgeting, going into detail on budget. The other person actually looked into the conceptualization of the project on the technical side of it. Like that, we actually made the team like that, and we run the project in that way for almost 6 months to 8 months. So that's my message to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for those very important messages which three of them had given? And I was just thinking while you were speaking that I always enjoy moderating this session. Reason being, it always refreshes your memories of those 250 days while there's a lot of deliberation, interaction happening with both the teams. So thank you once again on behalf of HCL Foundation. It was a pleasure having you with us today, and thank you for taking out the time to share your experience with our participants today. Robin, we would also like to give you a small token of appreciation and thank you to all of you. And to do the felicitation, I would like to call upon stage Joshua. Joshua, I would also like to introduce you. Is Joshua in the room? It's very challenging sitting on the stage and expecting people will be around. Okay, I can see Sakshi. Sakshi is from Bangalore, so I'll also introduce Sakshi. She is a part of our Bangalore chapter team, and please come on the stage. So let's do the honors for our previous recipients. So Sakshi takes care of our Bangalore chapter education vertical. So NGOs who are working in the Bangalore region, especially in the urban areas, kindly get in touch with Sakshi, and she would be happy to provide you with any help. Next, we have Dr. Chetna. She leads the health vertical at HCL Foundation. She's also based out of Bangalore. You want to talk anything about Dr. Chetna?
Yes, Dr. Chetna, she's joined HCL Foundation about a year back, and she's been a pillar for us during COVID. So I think a huge round of applause for Dr. Chetna, also for, she's a medical doctor, of course, and she's a huge pillar of strength for us. And during the tough times, she's all for, she's really been there for us. So yes, thank you so much.
And we have Josh. Many of you would know him. Do you want to quickly talk? Thank you once again, all the panelists here. Thank you.
Thank you, Anuj. Since I'm already on stage, I would want to tell everybody that we are also out with certain RFP, requests for proposals for education theme. If there are organizations who work with government schools who would want to strengthen government schools, kindly get in touch with me. I'll be right here in the front row. And if you want to get in touch with me, I'll be more than happy to have a word with you. Thank you.
All right, so coming towards the end of the day, we now have the last and very, very important session. And I would formally like to call upon stage Mr. Robin Thomas, one of the key pillars of HCL Grant. He has been here with us for last 6 years from the edition 1. And as we have been mentioning that currently we are into our 8th edition, he had been a key pillar shaping up the strategy of HCL Grant. And Robin, there's a lot to talk about you, but I would request if you can come and, kindly, and many of you, of course, would have spoken to him on phone through the HCL Grant helpline numbers. So Robin, over to you.
Thank you, Anuj. Okay, so I know after eating rice and all, thoda neend aata hai sabko. So please wake up now. You have heard the winners talking about why they are selected, where, when. But how they are selected is what I'm going to tell you now. Like, like Pooja mentioned that they have been applying to HCL Grant for the past 4 years, and in 2021, they were announced as a winner. Now, likewise, we have NGOs from all over India. They apply for this prestigious HCL Grant, and how our team, our experts, our governance partner, Grant Thornton, they are also here. How we select the NGOs, from the thousands of applications we get is what I'm going to explain now. So HCL Grant was started in 2015, and it started with a clear-cut objective, 2 objectives. First is to award financial grant to innovative, replicable, scalable, sustainable and time-bound projects proposed by NGOs who are committed towards transformative rural development. That's with that objective. And the second objective, identify these NGOs and who have made significant impact in the rural transformation and publish them in this compendium. The 5 editions of the compendium, 6th edition is in the, it's in the stage of printing. So we have 6, volumes of coffee table book where we capture 30 NGOs who are doing path-breaking work for the rural transformation. So now we have around 180 NGOs who are captured in this 6 volumes. There are some repetitions, but most of them are the new ones who have been applying to HCL Grant every year. So HCL Grant, as I said, it's a CSR initiative of HCL Foundation. And in HCL Grant, the annual commitment is 16.5 CR. And we have 3 categories: environment, health, and education. So 5 crore each we award to each recipient in each of the categories, and 25 lakhs goes to the remaining 2 finalists who reaches till the jury round. So which makes it a total grant of 16.5 CR. So we have clear-cut definitions. When you visit our website, the first thing which you see is about HCL grant, and then you go down, you will see the definitions, some of the sub-themes which we have mentioned. It is not the comprehensive list, it's just an indicative list of the sub-themes on the basis of which NGOs can apply in these 3 categories. I'm not going through all these definitions. You can go to our HCL grant website and read about these definitions and the sub-themes. I would like to show a video of our HCL grant vision and journey so far.
What does it really mean to build a nation like India? It means that every child in every village spends time in the classroom learning about new things. It means that every woman is empowered to take her own decisions. It means having access to health facilities even in the remotest corner of the country. It means economic growth without the cost of environment. But what does it take to build a nation like India?
The Republic of India houses 1.4 billion people. The democracy of India rests on 3 constitutional estates: the judiciary, the legislative, and the bureaucracy. Free press has long been recognized as the 4th estate. HCL grant is a step towards recognition of the 5th estate, the non-government organizations. NGOs have become a critical agent of change, playing a decisive role in building a stronger, future-ready India. Through HCL grant, HCL Foundation aims to achieve sustainable rural development by supporting NGOs that are doing path-breaking work anywhere in India.
For a long time, NGOs have been playing a role of plugging the gaps for a large population of this country who are vulnerable in terms of education, health, environment, and sometimes even basic amenities. Today, there are around 3.3 million NGOs in India working towards making it an inclusive democracy. They reach where even the government agencies don't. This makes their role even more relevant and critical. However, the social development ecosystem in India is complex, where most of the NGOs are highly unstructured and do not have institutionalized processes and framework. This is where HCL grant aims to play a role.
HCL grant has 2 specific yet distinct objectives. The first and foremost is to award financial grant to innovative, replicable, scalable, sustainable, yet time-bound projects which are proposed by NGOs that are committed towards transformative rural development. The second is to publish the work of these NGOs through a compendium, basis picture stories that are taken in the field during the process of selection, and publish this compendium each year such that these NGOs become globally visible for their path-breaking efforts.
In its 7 years journey till now, HCL grant has impacted 840,000 human lives across 9,464 villages in 84 districts across 18 states and 2 union territories. The process. In 2021, HCL grant called for applications in 3 categories: environment, health, and education. The online application portal opened for 90 days, during which the grant received 8,440 registrations and 1,587 completed applications. During this time period, 10 e-symposiums were organized with the participation of over 4,000 plus NGOs. In October, the first level screening began with the field visits across 15 states, 3 union territories, and 42 districts, covering a total distance of 146,108 kilometers by a group of subject matter experts, and the HCL Foundation team clocking 3,008 hours. 30 NGOs were selected for the sub-jury round. The sub-jury includes esteemed personalities from the HCL Group and the Shivnadar Foundation. Sub-jury chose 9 finalists for the jury round. The jury comprises 6 eminent personalities. The jury has selected 3 NGOs who will receive rupees 5 crore in each category, and remaining 2 HCL grant finalist NGOs in each category will receive rupees 25 lakhs.
Okay, so this is a journey video of our edition 7 winners, where in the health category we had the Association of People with Disability, Dr. N.S. Senthil, who won the HCL grant. In the education category is Learning Links Foundation, and in the environment category it is Pradhan. So they were the winners of HCL grant edition 7. No, to apply for HCL grant, it's an online application. So for, we have 8 steps to apply for HCL grant. So any NGO who would like to apply for HCL grant, they will have to first register their NGO. We have a registration page. Then you'll get a login ID password. With that login ID password, you'll enter your application abstract stage, where the first form which you will fill is the organization profile. It talks about your organization, then followed by the project abstract. Then there will be some documents, declaration form which you will have to submit, followed by the mandatory documents, which includes your registration certificate, your audited financials of last 3 years, the ATG certificate, the 12-way certificate, and there are other forms also. We then review, you will have to then review and submit your organization profile and project abstract, and then you will get an acknowledgement email from our backend saying that your application has been submitted for the HCL Grant Edition 8, which is right now live and inviting applications from NGOs. So we have a clear-cut eligibility criteria which we have been following for the past 7 years, where we have done some revisions in the past 2 years, just because during these symposiums we got feedback from the NGOs that there are some NGOs who are good, they have very good models on ground, but just because of the eligibility criteria, they were not able to apply, they were not able to clear the stage 1, the application screening itself. So that's where we reduced the eligibility criteria, and one of the the place where we have reduced the eligibility criteria is the functional existence. Earlier, for the education and the health category, it was 10 years of functional experience, which we have reduced it to 5 years, making it a standard for all 3 categories, for environment, health, and education. Now, any NGOs who have a functional experience of 5 years, they can apply for HCL grant. And the second, big change which we brought in was in the average expenditure, where we have reduced the average expenditure for the education and health category from 1.5 CR to 1 CR, and the environment category remains the same, that is 50 lakhs. Rest all eligibility criteria, where the organization must be a registered non-for-profit organization if you're applying for HCL grant. Second, if I've already spoken about the experience, the organization should have a registered 12-way and ATG. FCRA is not mandatory. Okay, let me introduce Rohit Bahadur. So Rohit Bahadur is a partner. Yeah, he was there in the panel, and Rohit Bahadur heads the Grant Thornton, and Grant Thornton is a governance partner for HCL grant from edition 2 onwards. So over to you, Rohit. Sorry.
Yeah, so just adding to what Robin had mentioned, that it's important for the NGO to submit the old 12A and ATG and the renewed ones as well. Because, as of now, it's 31st March 2022, but some of the organizations have got provisional forms, others have got acknowledgements, etc. So it's important that the NGO submit both sets of documents. So I just wanted to, point that out, so that at the time of filling it up, it's important for you to, make sure that you look at these mandatory documents very carefully. Because these are going to form the basis of doing the first level eligibility check.
Thank you, Rohit, for writing that. And please pitch in if I miss these kind of critical points.
One important, messaging that I'd like to sort of, put in upfront is that, because the grant has actually been carrying on now for, over 8 editions, there are a lot of these, sort of YouTube videos on how to make grants, etc. And then there could be people who are approaching NGOs saying that they will actually do their applications for them, etc. So as a messaging, as a governance partner to the grant and on behalf of HCL Foundation, we'd like to strictly give out the message that, this is not from HCL's side. And you should not solicit any of these queries, etc. Because these are not on behalf of, either us as governance partners or the foundation. So there's a lot of it going on. And I think because it's a large grant, you might at some point in time, when you're surfacing the internet, find how to fill up HCL grant video. And, there are people who are talking on behalf of, these are not official videos. So please do not take those as something which is official. What is official is what is on the website.
Right.
And what is being discussed in the symposiums.
Yeah, rightly said, Rohit. And, adding to what Rohit said, why our NGOs actually depend on these videos and all. In HCL grant, we assure you that we don't see how well you have written English, whether it's a good grammar there, sentences are forming right. We just see the content in it. उसमें जो model आप दिखाना चाहते हो, that is what our experts see. They don't see कि आपने कितना अच्छा English लिखा, आपने कितना बढ़िया तरीके से उसको present किया. That will be a secondary factor for us. For us, the first thing which we see, how innovative is that model? What is that problem statement which you are talking about? And what is the impact you are going to create in that project, and how it is going to transform the lives of those communities for which you are proposing? So that is what we actually review in those applications. And like Archana said, when you write the proposal, don't depend on one person who from your department writes these proposals, and one proposal, they are sharing it with several donors. Just try to bring up a problem statement where all your team members, your program team, your finance team, your field team, they come together, you sit together, then you think, you write, and then submit. Please don't go in a rushed way, because our portal is live for 60 days right now. The last date is June 18th. So you have enough time to think, and discuss and give a good thought process about it, and then submit these abstracts. Because your first stage of abstract will define the next stage of selection. Apart from the eligibility criteria, when you submit the abstract in the stage 1, when we screen the application, we do check the eligibility criteria. Then on the other side, we do review each and every abstract which we receive. And from those abstracts, we select top 50 to 55 NGOs, top 50 to 55 abstracts in each category, making it a total of 150 plus abstracts for the detailed proposal round. So we will contact or we will reach out to those NGOs who are selected in that stage 3 of proposal review, where 150 NGOs will be selected. So, So what I meant to say is that please think, do a very detailed thought process while writing the abstract, because that is the stage will define whether you are getting selected or not. And as we mentioned, it is an award-winning grant. It's not necessary that all NGOs will be selected. It's a very competitive process. So all NGOs who apply for HCL grant, they go through this 7 stages of competitive and stringent due diligence process, and that's how we get the winners of HCL grant. So I have spoken about the eligibility criteria. Now I'll be talking about some of the prerequisites which NGOs should know. So when we are talking about these eligibility criteria, prerequisites, how you should apply for this grant, please understand one thing. This we are not talking only for HCL grant. You have many CSR grants available today in India, which, there are many CSR companies who have unspent CSR funds available in their kitty, and they are looking for good NGOs, good proposals. So these processes will not only help you to apply for HCL grant, but will also help you to apply for other grants which are available with other CSR companies who are looking for good models. So some of the prerequisites which we see in NGOs are that the project must be in line with the Schedule 7 of Section 135 of the Companies Act. The applicant organization must be a registered entity and qualify the defined eligibility criteria. Can I have the screen on? Please, this screen. Thank you. And the proposed project which you are proposing for the HCL grant, it should match with your bylaws. Please make sure that your bylaws should have, if you are applying for a health category project, in your bylaws, it should be mentioned that you are eligible to apply for that particular project. The proposed project for HCL grant has to be designed for a 5 crore for a 3 years project. This year, till last year, we were, inviting applications for 5 crore for a 3 to 5 years project. But this year, because of this new CSR laws, we are only inviting applications for a period of 3 years. So your project proposal should be of 5 crores for a 3 years project. The proposed project must be in rural areas. No semi-urban, no urban projects will be selected. It should be a rural area project. Your centers, for example, there are a lot of queries which NGOs ask. Like if we have a center in urban area, if we have beneficiaries from the rural area, what do we do? Yes, you can, those they are eligible, but subject to case by case, where we see that you have been able to convince us that your beneficiaries are from rural areas, only the centers, the benefits are, which they will be getting is from the urban area. That's it. But the beneficiaries are all from rural areas. The organization should not have any pending litigation. Grant money should not be used for any infrastructure development projects. Proposed project can be a fresh, replicable, and scalable model. These are the 3 kind of models where you can apply. In the application also, you will see only these 3 type of models. And okay, so there is no sub-granting allowed in HCL grant. I just want to know how many of you are attending the symposium first time? Oh, there are a good number of NGOs. And how many of you have applied for the HCL grant in the past? Okay, great. So this is one information for all those NGOs who are applying for the first time. No sub-granting is allowed in HCL grant. For example, if you are applying for 5 crore, you will not be allowed to transfer that money to some other NGO or some other implementation agency to implement the project. It has to be your NGO who's applying, and you will have to directly implement the project. So now, how we evaluate this process? So I've been saying that we have 7 stages of selection process. So the first stage is when we receive all the applications from all over India, and where in the stage 1, we do the application screening basis the eligibility criteria and the prerequisites which I just showed it to you. And the eligible applications from stage 1 who clears the eligibility criteria and the prerequisites move to the stage 2. In the stage 2, we have 3 subject matter experts or teams who review these applications. One is the subject matter experts from the Grant Thornton. The second is the subject matter experts from the HCL Foundation. And the third is the subject matter experts, which we call them as independent consultants. They're not part of HCL Grant, they're not part of HCL Foundation, they're not part of Grant Thornton. They are fully independent consultants who are experienced in these thematic areas, and they review, and all these 3 teams, they review each and every application. For example, if we receive 1,000 abstracts, each and every abstract, if they're eligible, they are reviewed by all these 3 teams. Then we have a scoring mechanism where we take the qualitative and quantitative scoring and the qualitative analysis in one consolidated sheet. We consolidate all the scorings and the top scorers and the comments which we have got. Basis that the team selects in the stage 2 50 to 55 proposals for the detailed proposal round, where these NGOs, so 50 to 55 in each category, so total it makes to 150 NGOs. So they are asked to then submit a detailed proposal, and then this detailed proposal again goes into the review. And in the stage 3, the subject matter experts, they select 15 to 20 NGOs for the field visit round. So in the stage 3, the proposal review, and in the stage 4, field visit happens, where all these 15 to 20 NGOs in each category, they are selected for the field visit round, where one independent consultant and one HCL Foundation subject matter expert, they visit, they come to your place, and they spend 1 full day in the office with your separate departments, understanding about your organization, understanding about your proposed project, understanding about your mechanisms which you are following in your organization. And the second full day, they spent in the field understanding about the proposed model or the proposed project. And they come back with their detailed report to us. And all these 15 to 20 NGOs in each category, so total making it to 60 NGOs, like 50 to 60 NGOs are then presented again with a proper presentation to the panel, to the subject matter experts, which includes experts from Grant Thornton, experts from HCL Foundation team, and the independent experts. So all these cases are presented. Then top 10 NGOs in each category are then selected for the sub-jury round. That's in the stage 5.
So I'll just like to add one thing to Robin, and that is that when you actually fill up your abstract, just make sure that you fill up the section on policies and compliances properly. Because at the stages that the evaluation is done, we use the self-assessment of the NGO to also put in place a governance matrix. So, there is also an element of diligence which Robin will cover, which is done at the time the field visits are done. So there is a public search, and there are other independent steps which are done, for the 15 to 20 applications which are selected as well.
So while one team is visiting your field, there will be a parallel team in the back end. They'll be doing a desktop, due diligence from the Grant Thornton team, basically, and they actually do a desktop evaluation or due diligence of these NGOs through online mechanisms. So then top 10 NGOs are selected for the sub-jury round, where all these 10 cases in each category, total 30 cases are presented. 1 full day we take to present these 10 NGOs to the sub-jury. And subjury in detail, they go through all these cases, presentations, facts, figures, data which we present. And it's like our consultants who visit your organization and our team who visits your organization, they are representing you in the subjury meeting. So whenever we send our representatives to the NGOs, if they are selected for the field visit, we tell them that please make sure that when they come out of the field, and when they come out of your office, they should have full understanding about your organization and about your proposed project, which they can present to the sub-jury. And then the sub-jury then selects top 3 NGOs for the jury round. That's stage 6 and 7. And in the stage 6, the top 3 NGOs will then again go for a detailed due diligence where the team from the finance team, the audit team from the Grant Thornton, they go to the field, they go to their office, they check all their papers. They do a physical verification of all the documents. They do check the, I'm using a wrong word. Basically, they go and understand, basically, about the project, about your organization, and they come back with their due diligence report. And basis the due diligence report and basis the cases presented, we then present these cases to the jury round. And in the jury, we have 6 personalities. We have Ms. Robin Abrahams. She is our longest serving board member of HCL Technologies. And we have Mr. Shiv Nadar. He is the founder and HCL Group Chairman Emeritus and Strategic Advisor to the board. We have Dr. Richard Lariver. He is the Sanskrit Scholar and President Emeritus, the Field Museum, Chicago. We have Mr. B.S. Baswan, who is the former Director in Indian Institute of Public Administration and former HRD Secretary. We have Pallavi Shroff. She is the leading advocate and the managing partner, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas and Company. And Suresh Narayanan, he's the chairman and managing director, Nestle India. So they are the jury members. So before reaching to these jury members, the NGOs have to cross. So this is the way we do our consolidation workshop, where we select the top 10 NGOs for the sub-jury round, where the entire team, you can see, the cases are presented and the deliberation happens for one full day, and then they select the top 10 NGOs for the sub-jury round. And here you can see the sub-jury deliberations which happens, where all the 10 cases are presented and the sub-jury then selects top 3 NGOs for the jury round. So now, the main thing. What all are the selection criteria which we apply when we select these NGOs? So these selection criteria, I'll not say that only HCL grant is following. If you go for any grant, make sure your application is very well written, where these selection criteria, or some of these criteria are very well defined, and it is projected in your project proposal. So in HCL grant, we have a 40-60% ratio, where we give 40% weightage to the organization profile which you submit, and 60% weightage to the project which you propose. So in the organization profile, we see 2 things. First, the organization's strength and the capacity to deliver. The second aspect in the project level, where the 60% weightage is there, we see, as during the panel discussion they mentioned, there are 6 parameters. So these are the parameters on the basis of which we evaluate the proposals. First is, how relevant is your project? Whether it is relevant to that particular geography, whether it is relevant to that particular, the place where, or the community for which you are proposing this project. What is the impact you are going to create with this project? Where the innovation lies in this project. Then we talk about the sustainability, how you are going to sustain this project even after HCL fund is over. How inclusive is your project, where you are able to involve all the stakeholders in the proposal. What is the replicability and scalability model which you are proposing, and how well is your financial modeling done? When I talk about financial modeling, there is a section where you have to bifurcate this 5 crore into the project activities. Each and every activity has to have a proper costing. And that you will have to justify. And that's what we call how well you have done your financial modeling. And if you are able to do this, not only for HCL grant, but any proposal which you are putting, I think half of your work is done. And you have a chance. So this is how we screen. So in the screening process, as I said, if any NGO who doesn't qualify, who doesn't qualify the eligibility, they are out from the next round. If they are not submitting the supporting documents, then also they're not eligible to go to the next round. If your NGO doesn't fulfill prerequisites, which we have mentioned in our website, please make sure, read those prerequisites and then apply for HCL grant. Then I have already mentioned our evaluation criterias. There are some additional criterias which we use is proof of concept, technology we see, and leverage. Leverage is also one piece which we see, where if we see that whether you are able to leverage the existing resources which are available with the government in your project, even if it doesn't have, even if you're not able to leverage, that will not qualify, that will not define your selection or non-selection. But this is one point which actually we see whether they are able to leverage the existing resources, or whether or the NGOs are trying to set up a parallel system against what government has already has. So we just compare everything, and then we decide, we do the scoring. So there are some principle of randomization which we apply while selecting. First, the size of the organization, geographic diversification, coverage of various genre of beneficiaries, and and the sub-themes which apply. So basically, when we do our selection, we will see that we should have a representation of all categories, all sub-themes, everything, even the size of the organization, financial-wise, capacity-wise, the project-wise. We should have a combination of everything, sub-themes, or everything in that entire selection. Okay, so this is very important to all of you. This is where, we, not only us, every CSR company now will check this and then decide whether they should give funds to any NGO or not. First and foremost is the compliance. When I talk about compliance, we talk about the NGO registrations, the mandatory government registrations like CSR Form 1, renewed ATG, renewed 12A, whether you are periodically submitting your FCRA returns, how about your employee provident fund, if it is applicable to your organization, your audited financials, your tax returns, your bylaws, all these comes into compliance, and all these things are checked. And that is the reason we have our governance partner, Grant Thornton. They play a very major role in checking all these compliances and in checking all the financials of the organization. Project is where we give a very detailed lens to it from the HCL Foundation subject matter experts. But for the compliances and the governance is where we have our Grant Thornton as our auditor, who takes into, in a detailed form, they goes and checks it. In the governance, where we talk about board structure, where there you have an advisory group committee, whether you have board meetings, whether you have proper planning on your risk management, whether you have proper litigation, grievance, procedures applicable in your organization. In the financial management, we talk about operational manuals, donor project reporting, how you are reporting back to your existing donors is what we check. How you segregate your funds, your cash and bank balance, your accounting procedures, your financials, everything, financial statements, everything is checked, verified, and then it comes as a report to us. Followed by the capacity to deliver. In the capacity, we see your past experience, whether you're able to deliver these projects in the past, your infrastructure capacity, manpower capacity, relations with the local agencies, internal and donor reporting, and last but not the least, the programs. Your program cycles, how you have divided your project activities, whether you have done the need assessment. And this is where I think, whether you have done your baseline assessment, need assessment, and the impact assessment. Please note, in today's CSR laws, impact assessment, baseline assessment, need assessment has become the most important factor for any donor to select any NGO. If you don't have a proper baseline study, if you don't have a proper need assessment study before you apply to any donor, they will always try to find out, they will always have a doubt. So please make sure whenever you apply for any project with any donor, have a very detailed baseline assessment or need assessment done with clear-cut facts and figures. You can get it from your secondary resources or sources, or you can have a primary sources, but put in your problem statement with proper facts and figures, and and convince them. So we have 7 stages I've already explained. So this is our edition 8 timeline. You can see 5th May our portal got live. Now our portal, we are doing our symposiums. 11th May to 17th June is when we are doing this Pan-India symposiums, where we are going to these 10 locations and doing these symposiums for NGOs. The abstract review will start from 30th to 30th June to 20th July, and then that's how the entire time and the stages we have divided with proper timelines. And this is a 250 days process, clear-cut 250 days process, which NGOs have to cross basis these 7 stages. No. Today, now we will talk about the HCL grant footprints. Today we are present in 19 states, 2 union territories, 116 districts. We are covering more than 25,000 villages and 1.1 million lives we are able to transform with our existing, with our total partnership of 41 NGOs since 2016 who have been selected as the winners or the finalists in the HCL grant. Out of 41, 17 projects have phased out with the timelines getting over, and we have right now active partnership with 24, and you can see our coverage in the map where HCL grant is present in 19 states today. These are the winners of HCL grant from 2016 to 2022. You can visit our website and see the kind of projects which they have been awarded, and there we have a detailed in the gallery section. We have their videos also for what projects they have been awarded. And I've already spoken about the winners of HCL grant this year. So we have an impact video which we will just play, and with that I'll end my session and I'll open the floor for the questions.
The journey of HCL grant began in 2016 with a vision to transform the rural development ecosystem of India by supporting the NGOs or the Fifth Estate. In the last 6 years, HCL grant has touched lives across the length and breadth of this country with a commitment of $10.83 million. And with its existing partnerships, it aims to touch more than 2.2 million lives in rural India, spread across 18 states, 2 union territories, 84 districts, and more than 9,000 villages. The grants have been awarded in 3 distinct categories of environment, health, and education, and have been evaluated on the basis of 6 key parameters.
Extremely powerful impact, and which is visible, I would say, the criteria that we've always kept in mind while making this election and while rolling out HCL Grant. It is a 365 days process where teams work together with the non-government organizations, taking very senior level experts, taking guidance from governance partners and so on, and strengthening them on both aspects, be it programmatic or be it the governance.
HCL Grant has also achieved some key benchmarks across all 3 thematic categories. HCL Grant's journey began with a vision of building a future-ready India by empowering the voices of its soul. And today, that dream is turning into a reality. Together, we hope to walk many more miles and touch many more dreams.
So that's the journey of HCL Grant. So thank you very much. Now I'll take some questions because we are already, we have already exceeded our time. Any questions from any NGO? Please, sir. Can I have the mic, please? That.
सोसाइटी एक्ट के रजिस्टर्ड एनजीओस को फंडिंग नहीं क्या?
Come again, sir. एक बार और बदलिए.
NGOs who registered under Societies Act.
हाँ, registered under Societies Act आप apply कर सकते हैं. नहीं वो है, उसमें है. Registered as a charitable trust, society. सब है.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Rabin.
Thank you. Yeah.
I am Sampath Raj from Malia, an NGO working in Tiruchirappalli. And while you were presenting, you mentioned that HCL Grant will also see to that we don't do a parallel work which the government also does.
Yes.
In fact, up to 2019, the India has been declared as an open defecation free. But in our experience of 35 years, we have built more than 6 lakh individual household latrines in 6 southern states of India.
Right.
And there is still a very great need for it, wherein we are working in the rural areas of all these 6 states. So will it pose a question to us, or will it be?
Sir, with that, I also mentioned one thing. It will depend on case-to-case basis.
Yeah.
Okay, so if your case is justified that it has to have a, I'm not questioning any of these systems which are running parallel. We are not questioning that.
Right.
If it is required, yes, we will take it up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Please. Yeah, you can write it to me, or our HCL Grant mail ID is already mentioned there. My mail ID is robin.t@hcl.com. So you can directly write to me. If you have like a lot of questions, yeah.
We are working in environmental as well as education. Whether we can apply for both or only.
So we will, we generally, recommend NGOs to apply only for one category. But if you think that you have a very strong position in both the categories, please, we will not disallow that. Please apply. Pardon? Okay, so that's a very good question. Again, I missed that. I think, okay, so there is an impression that we have a separate grant of 25 lakhs. Okay, so our grant remains 5 crore ka grant. 25 lakhs is given only to the finalist who reaches till jury round. That's kind of a support for a 1-year project which HCL is giving. That's it. Yeah, till that your independent project. Only to the finalist, we ask them to submit the 25 lakhs proposal.
Hello, this is Advocate Balachandran.
Yeah.
See, my foundation is 1 year old. Whether I can apply it?
Sir, it will be difficult.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
5
but,
years. Yes,
we have all certifications, including CSR.
Yeah, I agree. But our our rule says 5 years.
Minimum 5 years.
Minimum 5 years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, portal is live. 17 June. Which 1 crore, sir? 5 crores.
No, the turnover of the person who is applying for the grant.
It is mandatory.
1 crore.
1 crore for education and health. Your average expenditure of last 3 years.
So that means if you are not doing at least 1 crore, you can't enter.
No. I'm again saying that we are taking the average. For example, you for.
Let me clarify this. See, we are a research organization. We have the work going on. We don't cross the 1 crore taxable return income kind of a thing.
Right.
Would we be eligible or would we be stopped at the gate?
So we can't stop any gates. We are normal. But yeah, there is an eligibility criteria. So with that, yeah, we have to follow that.
Okay. Second question is, do you support research fresh proposals?
Yes, we do.
And what will be the
But
conditions?
it has to have some project activities involved, not only the research.
It's all there.
Okay.
But again, the same conditions, 5 years, 1 crore?
Yes. But there are, in our, as Sakshi was mentioning, in our Uday programs, our RFP is open. So there, we don't have these kind of strict eligibility criteria. There you can apply. Okay. Yeah, please.
Hi, Robin. It's Mansoor. I represent CBM.
Okay.
We work for empowerment of people with disability. I'm a person with disability myself.
Oh, okay.
And I advocate for rights of people with disabilities.
Right.
So I have actually 2 suggestions.
Please.
One is the building is great. I think the pupils were very friendly and supportive.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
But,
and it is all because of you. You all have come and participated.
Right.
And a big thank you to all the NGOs who have come today
Right.
and participated in this symposium. Yeah.
Right, but there were still few accessibility issue challenges. Grateful if it's taken care, especially, I don't know if there was a speech and hearing person, would the communication and information, which was so insightful, would had not been received.
Okay.
The second, the 3 thematic areas are great: education, environment, and health. But if you we study the SDG goals, sports can be a very interesting 4th thematic area. So that's the 2 suggestions. Thanks.
Thank you for this suggestion. So I just wanted to mention one thing, that in sports, livelihood, skills and livelihood, all these thematic categories we have included in the education category. If any NGO would like to apply for sports or skills and livelihood, please apply under the education category. Please, sir.
I am Father Edward from Dream India Network.
Yeah.
There has been a mention about government school project. Is it only in Bangalore?
Where it was written?
I think Sakshi was just mentioning. That
Sakshi. Okay, so that's a urban our HCL Uday program, which we are running in 11 cities, where HCL Foundation is working in the urban development for the slum community and for the people below poverty line. So that's a separate vertical. And there the RFP is open, you can always apply. So if we don't have any questions, then okay.
One last. Actually, our founders have 17 years of experience in individual
Capacities, yeah.
Yeah, so myself and another special educator have been running 2 different NGOs until 2018, and we have joined hands and started another NGO. Will our previous experience account into this?
No.
So it's going
It's
to be counted as a 4-year-old
No,
organization?
it's actually the experience of the applying NGO. Okay. So when you put up your application, this is one more thing which I wanted to tell you, that when you send in your application, please mention the correct name of the organization which is mentioned in your registration certificate. There should not be a single mistake in the spelling also, because that will go again under the scrutiny. So just to avoid that, please mention the same name which is mentioned in your registration certificate. Your correspondence address can be different. Your the registered address and the registered name has to match with your trust deed and all those documents. Yeah.
So we also have some projects being started in Northeast India.
Yeah.
The capitals of the
Right.
7 sisters.
Right.
So will they fall under the urban or the rural category?
No, it totally depends. In Northeastern also there are urban area, rural area. So it has to be pure rural area.
Okay, so how will we understand whether
It
those
has
fall under the
to
rural
come
or
under
urban?
panchayat. If it comes under municipal corporation, though that's an urban project.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Please. Come again, ma'am. Which animal welfare? Yes, it will come under environment. Yes, please. Can't. We have to have a rural beneficiaries. That will depend on case to case. As I said, you will have to submit, then we will see that and we can tell. We would recommend that the parent organization apply. Can somebody give the mic? It's a very good question. No, that's fine.
Hi. So I just wanted to ask if we have working pan-India and then each geography requires its own funding because of the scalability and growth and the amount of work involved. So do we, as you all mentioned, that every state you're going and doing this conference, so would we be able to apply in each geography, multiple geographies to be precise?
If each of those organizations are eligible to apply, they can apply. For example, if you have the organization A in Northeast, if the same organization is there in Maharashtra, you can apply. If both are registered in different locations, and if they are meeting our eligibility criteria.
So they would be registered under one organization name and the registration name would be the same and the address would be one. So but it will be in different area geographies, to be states to be precise.
We yes, multiple geographies you can apply.
Perfect.
One
Thank you
organization.
so much.
Yeah. But there are situations, I'll tell you where I was coming from. We get some NGOs who have a parent company, they have sister organizations which apply. Then they put the name of the parent company, but the organization which is applying is sister companies. That will create a lot of confusions and that will also then go into scrutiny, actually.
One last question. You mentioned, somebody, I don't remember which panelist or somebody mentioned, or Grant or Rohit mentioned, saying that conflict of interest, what was that document or something? Conflict of interest.
Oh, it's in the governance, conflict of interest. Okay. So
What does
basically,
that mean?
yeah. So basically, if any of your board member, or if during the governance check, if we find that any person has multiple roles in the organization, for example, the family is the board members, and so all those are conflict of interest for the organization.
Thank you.
I work for an organization called Dignity Foundation. It's a senior citizen NGO. So we normally take projects going to slum, and for those people who are seniors there, like daycare center, loneliness mitigation center for seniors. Can we apply for this grant?
Come again, sorry. I missed your last point. If you are an NGO,
Who work with senior citizen NGO.
Okay.
Normally we concentrate on community, slum projects.
Slum
we
projects.
Take up. So basically we visit a slum, we make a survey.
So that slum will come under urban this thing, ma'am.
So that can't be.
That can't be.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Saurav. I run an organization called Pothole Raja. We fix potholes and road safety initiatives. I just wanted to ask, when you mentioned about baseline study, that is mandatory while the application is there.
That is not mandatory. If it is there, that's an additional point for any NGO when they apply. That is not mandatory kind of a thing.
But you mentioned that if baseline studies are conducted, that ensures that the application is far more powerful.
No, I didn't mention that. I said if you have a separate, so for example, if you are applying for HCL grant, if you have a separate budget, if we can see that, okay, you have a proper plan where, you are planning to do a need assessment, or you have already done, or you already have a plan, so that makes your proposal little stronger. That it doesn't mean that it will have more weightage compared to other proposals. So it will not it's not like that. It totally depends on case to case basis, but also the nature of the project.
Yeah, the reason I was mentioning that was with respect to the kind of work that we do. If we don't have to go into rural side and do an assessment where the need is there, where the need is not there, that also accounts for a lot of cost, right? I mean, the manpower, resource, we have to go understand whether...
So that you can budget it, na?
Yeah, that can be budgeted.
Budgeted in the proposal, yeah.
Okay. All right. And that can be done after the selection is done.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But at least when you put the problem statement, there you can put the facts and figures, okay, why you are proposing this project. So that at least you should be able to justify us.
Sure, thank you.
And regarding infrastructure, regarding infrastructure, can we budget for that?
Major infrastructure development projects are not allowed.
No, not
if it is like if it is part of the project, like for example under skills and livelihood, you are just buying some things which will increase their income, that is allowed. Not major, like you are building a school for 5 crores, that is not allowed.
No, but then you're building a shed which requires a shelter.
That all like.
But not that we are buying a land, but we are talking about.
Yeah. That is all allowed.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, I will have to wind up, we are already exceeded our time limit, so you all can actually reach out to us. We have customer care number, which, okay, I would like to introduce. Okay, I'd like to introduce my HCL grant team, who in the back end, they work tirelessly and have made it possible for the past 8 years. So I have with me Anush Srivastava. As I mentioned, he takes care of the partner engagement, and I have with me Rahul. So Rahul also is part of the partner engagement team in HCL grant, who goes and evaluates all the all the winners and their projects, how they are running in the on ground. And last but not least, my partner Shelly Kaushal. Is she here? Shelly. Okay. Shelly, come here. I'd like to introduce Shelly Kaushal. So she is the one who takes all the calls. The customer calls that are 1800, it's actually directed to her mobile number, and she's the one who is answering with patience, full patience, and explains it to each and every NGO what, why, when, and where. So these are the 4, 3, 5 things which she explains it with full patience. And thank you, Shelley, for always being there in HCL Grant and supporting NGOs in applying for HCL Grant. Okay, and now I'll formally give a vote of thanks. Where do we have Prijo here? No, Prijo is not here. Okay. So first of all, we would like to thank, on behalf of HCL Foundation, the Christ University, Father Abraham, the chairman, and Dr. Jyoti for allowing us and giving us, and hosting us here such amazingly wonderfully and giving us such an amazing, place to host this first symposium of HCL Grant. And after 2 years, COVID period times, we are back with our first symposium, and that also in Bangalore. So, and that also happening in Christ University. That's an amazing gesture from Christ University. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank our Bangalore team, Dr. Chetna, Sakshi, Joshua, Nand Gopal. We have Sri Lakshmi, Santosh. So they all worked day and night to make this symposium happen. So a big thank you to our Bangalore team. And last but not the least, our NGOs who are here today and who have been with us full day. But a big thank you to all the NGOs and coming here and spending time with us on this learning journey. We call it as a knowledge sharing experience, knowledge sharing journey, where we do these symposiums for NGOs and do the capacity building of these NGOs. So thank you, a big thank you to everyone.
Robin, I'll take this opportunity to also thank the volunteer support which we have received from the Christ University, and specifically would like to thank Shambhavi, Komal, Ishan, Pratyush, Jacinta, Jiteshwar, Amarnath, Romel, Ishan, Jacinta, and all.
Can we have all the volunteers here, please?
Yeah, all the volunteers, if you can join us on the stage.
Join us on the stage, please.
They've been very instrumental in putting up this.
From morning onwards, they have been the front-facing for all the NGOs, supporting them to where to go, pura jagah dikhate hue. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'd also like to thank our, partner, organizing partner, NGO Box and CSR Box team, who are here today. I don't know, they're all working right now. So a big thank you to the NGO Box team, CSR Box team for helping us to organize this event. So we can have a group picture if everyone wants. Please, Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Chetna, please. And
okay, so there is a tea waiting for everyone in the basement 1 where we had lunch in the afternoon. So requesting all the participants to please grab your tea and then leave the premise. Thank you so much. Shreya, please join us for the photograph. Dr. Jyoti, if you can also please. Robert. Okay, a key support